Good morning and welcome to Brussels. Welcome to the third Fly AI conference, and there's very few events that we're organizing here in EUROCONTROL where there's so much excitement for people to come. Let me illustrate this to you a little bit. Certainly you've seen the message from Nima and others on LinkedIn this morning already announcing, hey, I'm so excited I've been chosen to go to the event. But also it is the only event in EUROCONTROL where we announce its existence, we open the registration, we then have to close the registration because we're really at the maximum number of participants, and only after do we publish the program. It's really a special one, yeah? So I hope that we will be able to meet your expectations for this event. We have a lot of people here in the room. We have a lot of people on the stands. We have a lot of people participating through the streaming, etc. But before we go into the further details of the event, we're going to start with a small safety video. I hope you all paid good attention to it. So again, if there's any issue, follow the green signs, and if you need any further assistance or whatever shape or form, please contact any of us here, and we're very happy to try to help you. Okay, again, welcome very much to this third Fly AI conference. What we do after any of such events, we always do a survey, a questionnaire, trying to get the feedback. And so we did so as well after the big event of last year. And you told us a number of issues, things that you would like to see improved compared to previous versions, etc. So we have tried to take that all into consideration. So to give you a feel for the things that we have changed this year. So first of all, there were still a number of people that wanted to have I would say, a mini training on what is AI and certainly what is AI for aviation. And for that reason, we organized the end of March a induction webinar with a few hundred of you already participated. So we assume we're all on the same level here. Yeah, some of you may even be more advanced, but we all have the same basic understanding of what AI and aviation, what it is, what it means, what it can bring to us, etc. The second thing that we have introduced, and you see it already here this morning, is that we will do a matters arising session. So the last 2 times we had, with respect to the European institutional element, we had quite a number of presentations. You said, yes, this is interesting, but please, can you make it shorter? So we're happy to comply with that, and you will get all the European institutional views in a much shorter session altogether now. Another thing that you wanted to have more time for discussion not only in the Q&A after presentations or during the lunch and at the stands, etc., but you really wanted to discuss the topics. So for this time, we are organizing therefore 6 breakout sessions. And this, with this number of people, means that we're going to do some serious flow control of people this time to the different sessions and the feedback, etc. We're even going to try to use some AI during the event, but we will discover that together as we all go. So you see here the agenda for the first day already in front of you. And if we can move to the second one. Oh, no, on the day one, what I really need to mention as well, you may have seen that this time for the first time, we really have partnered up with a number of organizations that have been very kind to help us with sponsoring, etc. And that has really made this event possible, and the catering, etc. But what is specifically made it possible is, if you can go back to the previous slide, Claire, is that at the end of the day, we're going to have a networking drink offered by Microsoft, and we're very grateful for that as well. But again, all the drinks, all the lunches, etc., all has been paid for by our sponsors, and we're very grateful for that. If we can go to the second slide, then that of the day of the program, then that's where you will see as well that we're going to do tomorrow the breakout sessions with all the different topics, and we hope thereby we are addressing all the different interests that you have and your different perspectives that you're going to bring to this. What you see as well, by the way, I think most of the sessions are pretty straightforward. You've seen them in other years as well. It's the content that's really new. But the session 3, going beyond machine learning with Gen AI, is really, I think, this big thing, the ChatGPT of this world, etc. This is really what is new since about a year ago, and we'll see as well what that is going to bring, or what is starting to bring to aviation. Okay, if we then go to the next slide. Yep. So again, I really would like to thank the people on the stands. There's a lot of companies there. There's a lot of applications that are worth visiting. We had many more people and organizations that asked for a slot than we could cater for. So you're all a bit packed. Yeah, it's really because there was such a huge demand that we decided, okay, well, we do our best to get a maximum of you here in the floor space. But so it's a bit busy, so to say. You will also see in there a number of participants and a number of applications from EUROCONTROL, etc. But again, that will come back later in a moment. Anything else to be said on the floor plan? If not, then I suggest that we can go to the first session, which is the matters arising. And again, to be really sure that we are following the time that we have set ourselves for the matters arising, we have videotaped a number of these interventions to really make sure that we control everything well. So you see here the speakers in front of you for the matters arising, and the first one is from Guillaume Soudin from EASA.
Good morning, everyone. I am Guillaume Soudin, Artificial Intelligence Program Manager at EASA, leading the team implementing the EASA AI roadmap. It is a pleasure for EASA to be participating once again to the Fly AI Forum after the 2 first successful editions in 2023 and 2024. Unfortunately, I cannot be with you in person this time. However, you will be well supported by several colleagues from the EASA AI program team. Since the publication of the updated EASA AI roadmap in May 2023, we could initiate its consolidation phase, including the launch of the rulemaking task 0742, with the aim to turn the anticipated concept paper guidance for level 1 and level 2 AI into concrete requirements for the EASA applicants in full alignment with the EU AI Act requirements. In the meantime, we already see the deployment of a number of non-safety related applications, as well as ongoing certification projects involving safety-related AI. To guide those applications, the issue 2 of the AI concept paper has been positioned as a reference, in particular to the preparation of dedicated special conditions. In parallel, the EASA AI program team is dedicated to preparing the last issue of the AI concept paper, which is foreseen to be published for consultation end of 2025. This document will complete the technical guidance, bringing the objectives for reinforcement learning, logic and knowledge-based AI, hybrid AI, as well as AI-based tools, including generative AI. It will also pave the way to more advanced automation applications, the so-called level 3 of AI. I wish you all an engaging and fruitful Fly AI event over the next 2 days, and extend my gratitude to our EUROCONTROL colleagues for putting together such a wide-ranging and interactive exchange forum.
So just to complement that, we are working very closely together with Guillaume and the other colleagues there in EASA. They're really producing the really necessary material to have a regulatory approval, so to say. I also had the honor and the pleasure to be with Guillaume and a couple of the other guys in Singapore some months ago, where we did a European workshop to the Asia Pacific region. And it was very good to see how actually Europe is moving forward and is trying to set up partnerships with other countries and other parts of the world to really move things forward. It was a very successful conference with really lots of discussion and ongoing and follow-up actions, etc. So let's move now to the next video, which is from Anna van Groot from EUROCAE.
Hello, my name is Anna van Groot and I'm the Director General of EUROCAE. Thank you so much for the invitation to this conference, and my apologies for not being with you in person, as we're getting ready to kick off our own symposium later in the week. Nevertheless, I wanted to take the opportunity to address you, even if very briefly, to give you a quick update on what's happening on the standard side. As you know, Working Group 114 has been working with our partners in SAE for a couple of years now, focusing on the establishment of common standards to support the development and certification of aeronautical products based on AI technology, both on the airborne and on the ATMANS domains, both in crewed and uncrewed aircraft. Working Group 114 is in the meantime comprising more than 600 participants together with G34 and SAE, and are making great progress. ER22, the Statement of Concerns, was released already a couple of years ago. But in December of last year, the working group reached a real milestone. ER27, the taxonomy for artificial intelligence, was published, providing a sound baseline for future activities. Looking ahead in 2025, we're getting ready to get the use case considerations together with the first draft publicly released of the process standards for development and certification of aeronautical products implementing AI. This should come out for open consultation very soon. The public consultation will be announced on our news blog, on our social media, so watch out, and when the time comes, review the standard and provide comments. The open consultation, public consultation, is a crucial step in our process. All feedback is welcome to make sure the standard is comprehensive, robust, and fit for purpose. Join the working group, review the draft. There's so many ways to contribute to make this a success. You will hear more on Working Group 114 progress from one of the co-chairs of the group, Fateh, later in the program. But before leaving you, I would like to invite you to have a look at our video series on AI and Working Group 114. Scan the QR code that you see on the screen now to watch the series. 9 out of 10 episodes have already been released, and the final one will follow very soon. Now, I wish you a very good conference, lots of great and insightful discussions, and I hope to see you soon in Working Group 114 or in one of the many events that are happening around Europe.
Voila. So that was a very instructive video and message from Anna. As you see, EUROCAE is really moving forward on the production of the necessary standards and material, etc. You've seen the message on the video. Again, it's very good to see how also in the EUROCAE and in the standardization world, people are teaming up and working together to move things forward. Then the third video is from IATA, from Serafim Lucas.
Over the past years, AI adoption in aviation has accelerated significantly, leading to important innovations in efficiency, reliability, and passenger experience. In February 2025, IATA hosted the first IATA World Data Symposium in Dublin, and today I'm very excited to share some of the main insights on how AI is transforming aviation and airlines in new and exciting ways. During IATA WDS, many trends stood out. First, Aiming at smarter flight schedules, we are now seeing more and more airlines using AI-driven simulations and tools to predict and prevent delays, optimizing flight schedules up to 2 years in advance. This means fewer disruptions and better on-time performance. AI is also improving cabin operations. In more detail, AI is transforming crew planning, helping airlines dynamically manage schedules and reduce last-minute cancellations. We are also seeing computer vision AI systems improving carry-on luggage handling, reducing boarding delays. Next, we have also AI applications in cargo. During the IATA WDS, large language model solutions were showcased, aiming at automating document compliance checks, preventing costly errors, and making air cargo operations more seamless and efficient. Finally, we are also seeing a lot of impact of AI in air traffic and operations. AI-powered predictive models are helping airlines and airports anticipate flight diversions and night curfew restrictions, enabling better decision-making and reducing operational costs. These advancements show how AI is no longer just an emerging technology. It's actively shaping the future of aviation. However, during WDS, it was highlighted multiple times that as AI adoption accelerates, we must also ensure the transparent and ethical use of the technology. To conclude, as AI adoption grows, collaboration across the industry is more important than ever. By embracing these innovations, we can build a more efficient, resilient, and passenger-friendly aviation ecosystem. Let's keep innovating.
Another very clear and I would say enthusiastic message from IATA, who have been, like many others, on board since 2019 when we started all the Fly AI activities. And as you see, they are very keen, very engaged on very practical applications of AI in aviation. And it's really a pleasure to be working together with our colleagues from IATA. For the next speaker, we're going to do even better than a video. And for that, I give the floor now to Alessandro Priester, who is from the SESAR Joint Undertaking, and who's going to give you a quick overview of their activities on AI. Alessandro?
Thank you, Paul. So I'm very glad to be here for the second time in the Fly AI event. So thank you, Paul, for organizing with your colleagues this really important gathering. And I have the honor to represent SESAR JU today. I'm the AI flagship program manager, and I will brief you very shortly about the progress since last year, and actually there is much more to come in the next years. So just to start by saying the bit of history, so already in SESAR 2020, we had a lot of projects that have been using AI in different ways, starting from fundamental research projects, applied research, and industrial research projects. And this has been continuing later in SESAR 3. This work has been translated into real more mature material that is being applied today in the current projects. And this very full slide represents the SESAR 3 current program, with the horizontal lines representing the different flagships and therefore different topics in ATM that are being developed, different solutions. And again, vertically, fundamental research, applied research, industrial research, fast-track projects, and then the demonstrators. And the red boxes represent the projects that are using different levels of AI techniques, in particular the AI flagship. But you have, as you see, there is red a bit everywhere, because AI is becoming really one of the main instruments for developing these new solutions. So condensing the progress since last year in just 2 slides is very hard, but I will therefore stay on some key messages. The first thing is that we have started what we call the AI Forum, involving the SESAR 3 AI projects and in close collaboration with EASA. And we'll be expanding this forum in the future to the SESAR members and to the overall ATM community. And EUROCONTROL in particular. We would be, so the purpose has been to support the transversal coordination on AI techniques across the program as a transversal activity, guiding the application of EASA AI guidelines, and then to giving the chance to the projects to share their experiences in applying this approach, intermediate and final results, and providing feedback to the EASA on the current guidelines. So we see this as a sort of academia where we are learning together and experimenting and applying and discovering the challenges. During the initial forum, we have really asked the projects to present themselves, their work, and to initiate coordination. And then in the second forum in Rome, there was in particular a very interesting presentation from EASA, presenting its AI concept roadmap and receiving initial feedback. All these projects are ongoing, and their technical reviews are showing good progress on the different AI challenges, in particular human AI teaming, explainability and transparency, technical robustness, certification, and so forth. An important message, we have launched recently a call for ER3 projects and Industrial Research 2 projects that are going to address different AI, that will give an opportunity to AI developments to apply. In particular, on the applied research, there are a number of projects dealing with the research to help shape the future regulatory framework for a digital European sky. And this part is in particular coordinated with EASA colleagues. Then there would be industrial research projects on future en route and TMA ground platforms in general, and in particular using AI, future airport platforms, and increase automation assistance to the pilots for ATM tasks. So projects like Jarvis and Darwin, to mention just the two of them, which are in the flagship, dealing with the AI pilot assistant, air traffic controller AI assistant, aerodrome controller AI assistants, and other types of solutions will have an opportunity to continue the research and to benefit from this funding. So as you have seen, there will be many SESAR 3 projects that will be serving as the pilot cases and to apply and enhance EASA guidelines and gaining experience on applying related regulations. And we look forward for close collaboration with EUROCAE as well, of course. Thank you.
Thank you, Alessandro. And I'm sure you have lots of questions for Alessandro and the great activities that is happening in the powerhouse of SESAR Joint Undertaking. And they are one of many that have a stand, and many of the applications are there also further explained. So again, don't hesitate to go and visit there. So now you're also going to get one or two bits of information from what EUROCONTROL is doing on AI. And let's see if the technology is with us. Yep. So first of all, what we have noticed in this Fly AI event is that we have participants who are a little bit outside, how to say this, the norm. We always have a lot of ATM, CNS experts coming to all our different events. What we get to the Fly AI event is much more data scientists, people coming more from outside, sometimes the aviation industry, etc. And therefore, we just very quickly explain to you that EUROCONTROL, to start with, is an intergovernmental organization, with about 44 member states. And if you want to know who are our 44 member states, then I ask you to look in front of me, and for many of you just behind you, on top of the doors through which you came in, you see the flags of all the countries that are our member states, and outside you also have the flags hanging there if you want to take nice pictures, selfies, etc. What we do in terms of activities, I think what is the most known probably is our flow management activity. So whenever you fly, let's say from Helsinki to Madrid, before you take off, we make sure that there is space for your aircraft in the European airspace before allowing you to fly through the different sectors, etc. For this, we have a very intense coordination mechanisms with airlines, with air navigation service providers, etc., who are all exchanging lots of data 2-3 years in advance, some weeks in advance, on the day itself, etc. And this is a huge orchestration with us never having the perfect data and sometimes or frequently having to guess what's going to happen at a certain moment, etc. And that's really where AI comes in strong. So this is, I would say, really our core operational activity. We are also going through a digital transformation that we call INM. And again, you will see bits and pieces of that through the presentations and the stands. We also have an air traffic control center in Maastricht, which is doing the air traffic control above flight level 295 for the Belgium, Netherlands, Luxembourg, and the northern part of Germany. In addition to that, we have another real powerhouse is our innovation hub in Brittany, Saint-Saclay, south of Paris, where they're doing the research and innovation as well of lots of real-time and fast-time simulations. And last but not least, we have in Luxembourg a learning center where you can find courses on ATM CNS on many, many topics. And in many of them, you also start to see nowadays how we're using AI in our different domains, etc. Key message is that AI is a key enabler for all our different activities. Because I keep on making the same joke, when we started in 2019 at a more managerial level with our AI activities that we call the Fly AI, at that time, we discovered that there were already about 10, 12 AI applications being developed in different bits and parts of Europe, and even a few of them in EUROCONTROL. When we approached the experts who were doing it, they said, well, you never showed any interest from a managerial level. We just thought it was a good idea to do so. So if we look at that in a bit more detail, it was actually MUAC already went more operational. So our ATC center in Maastricht, they went operational already in 2018 with the first AI application. Again, without necessarily informing management or whatever, it was just something that had great potential or great performance benefits, etc. It was quickly then joined, and this is also where Emilien starts to come into the picture, for we receive a lot of data. And for example, on CNS, communication, navigation, surveillance, we're receiving terabytes of data every day from the antennas, from radio frequencies, from height monitoring of aircraft, etc. And to find the problems in there is really finding the needle in the haystack. And that's where AI applications, machine learning really has brought us a lot of benefits. And many other applications that we've done in there. Another element where we're using AI a lot is in our EATM CERT or our cyber activities. So first of all, we have cyber to protect our own assets, of course, but we also have a huge activity to support all the stakeholders and keeping their assets and services cyber safe and cyber resilient. For that, again, we are receiving enormous amounts of data, frequently also from the gray web or the dark web, etc., in all sort of obscure languages. And hereby AI has been a huge asset to allow us to assess all the information that's coming in. And then in the Ops Center itself, this is where AI, I think, is really coming into play with under the leadership of Benjamin. We are able to do much better predictions about when flights are coming in, when are the curfews, what are the most important NOTAMs, etc. Again, much of this is going to be on stage later during the event. We're not only covering, I would say, AI into applications, into deployment, but we're also doing a lot of research and innovation in our Brittany setup, etc. And here also, I want to stress that we're very big supporters of the SESAR Joint Undertaking, which is really running some really cool applications. What we are applying thereby as a method is really Agile++. Agile methodology is always good, but specifically on AI, where the operational stakeholders are always getting a bit wary about what is the machine now really telling them, and are they losing their job, and can you trust them, etc. What we have found out is that developing AI applications are the most successful when you really do it hand in hand with the operational stakeholders sitting next to the developer, so to say. We're doing real-time simulators, as I already mentioned, and we're using it here to replace the pseudo-pilots. And again, as much as we can, we're trying to push into operations, into our operational center. I'm coming to the end. The whole Fly AI initiative started in 2019, beginning 2020, with all the organizations that you see here at the bottom. What we've done all together, we've published the famous Fly AI report. in March 2020, the same time as COVID was published. So that was a bit of a showstopper on that sense. We then did a lot of webinars with literally thousands and thousands of participants. And ever since COVID allowed us, we've been starting to do the annual Fly AI Forum event. And this is the third one in a row now. And whereas in the beginning, these events were very much about demystification of what AI in aviation is, it is more and more nowadays about accelerating and getting the operational benefits. And I just wanted to highlight here to the right side, something that was presented last year by our French colleagues from the DSNA, the air navigation service provider from France. And they are developing a speech-to-text tool, but really are wanting to work as much as possible together with the wider community, etc. And we are very, very happy to announce that also Stripe is something now where a lot more organizations are joining and putting in the efforts together to get an AI application that's really targeted at the specificities of air traffic management and aviation. Again, this was very quickly what we're doing in EUROCONTROL. You will see it in the presentations. You will see a lot of it in the stands. I really hope that it's going to help you all in trying to understand, and please tell us what you're doing so that we can all together get better and get more benefits of AI. I think that's basically what I had to say under the matters arising. We're not doing a Q&A on this. We're going to be available left and right through the breaks, etc., for any questions. And at this moment, I think I come towards the end of my speech. I hope I haven't been boring you too much. And I hand over now to Emilien. Emilien Robert will be our master of ceremony for the rest of the event. And so you're going to be in very capable hands with him. Emilien, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Paul. First of all, I'd like to thank you, all of you, for coming, whether you're online or in the room. As Paul said, we had a lot of interest this year for this event, and we are very thankful for that. Thanks to you. Without any further delay, I would like to introduce our keynote speaker of the day, Juliette Matoli from Thales. She has a PhD. She's recognized as a leading expert in AI, not only within Thales, but also across France. In 2017, she was one of the 5 French representatives of the G7 Innovator Conference, contributing to discussion on AI as a member of the France AI mission. And since 2019, she has served as the president of the Data Science and Artificial Intelligence Hub within the systematic Paris Regional Competitiveness Clusters. Renowned for a deep understanding of industrial AI challenge, she advocates for hybrid AI and plays a key role in algorithm engineering, with a particular focus on Trustworthy AI to accelerate the industrial deployment of AI-powered solutions in critical systems. So please, a warm welcome to Juliette for being a keynote speaker today.
Thanks a lot. I will try to make a brief introduction of the main challenge that we have in order to deploy AI in our system, especially in aeronautics. So first of all, as you know, there are a lot of AI subtopics. Some are already deployed or ongoing deployment, such as computer vision based on machine learning, or such as knowledge graph on ontologies, but others face to challenge, such as generative AI. The main challenge, the first main challenge that we have to address is to develop trustworthy and responsible AI. So that means, of course, responsible AI, but also to take into account trust, risk, and security and safety within our AI-based systems to address sovereignty and to address AI governance. First of all, what is trustworthy and responsible AI? This is based on 4 main issues. The first one is that your system must be at least valid, meaning that your system is doing what it is supposed to do, all what it is supposed to do, and only what it is supposed to do. And you have to demonstrate that. It could be not so easy, especially if you use continuous machine learning. The second issue is explainability or transparency. And why? It's because most of time you have a human in the loop, so you have to explain or provide some clear information to understand what is the outcome of the systems. The third issue is security, meaning safety and cyber security, in order to ensure robustness and if not resilience. And it is very easy to attack an AI-based system by an AI. And last but not least is, of course, responsibility, meaning to be compliant to ethical framework, to legal framework, and regulatory frameworks. Why regulatory? It's because today we will have a lot of new regulations, such as the AI Act, and AI Act involve a risk-based approach. That means that for high critical risk systems, you have to guarantee robustness, accuracy, cyber security. You have to provide transparency. You have to put in place AI governance. You have to qualify your data sets if it is an AI machine learning based systems. But if you use knowledge-based, you have also to qualify your knowledge sets and so on. So it involves a lot of requirements, obligations that you have to take into account. And of course, other regulations such as GDPR implies some requirements such as data privacy and data governance. But in terms of regulation, all regulations are based on a lot of standards. And there are a lot of standards, existing standards for system engineering or software engineering, but also specific standards on AI, such as overview of trustworthiness in AI, or how to qualify an AI-based systems, and some specific standards, domain-specific standards, such as AI for aeronautics. And we have seen in the previous video and talks a lot of work on that, especially for the EUROCAE or the IRP 6983. To do that, we have to guarantee some key principles of what is trustworthy AI and responsible AI. Of course, transparency, explainability, robustness, safety, as I mentioned before, are mandatory. Privacy and data protection also, in order to be compliant to the GDPR. Fairness now is mandatory. And we have also to provide new way to design this kind of systems with a human-centric design approach, or UX, with a lot of new collaboration with all stakeholders in order to guarantee accountability. And last but not least, to ensure sustainability and to mitigate environmental impact. All this principle has an impact on the AI engineering, so the methodology to develop, and there will be a lot of workshop tomorrow on that, and imply also the way to develop some methods and tools. The first one is, of course, transparency and explainability. I mentioned that the system must be transparent, meaning that it has to provide clear information or clear explainability about the system capability, but also the limitation of the systems. So the intended purpose of the system and the scope of the usage of the systems. But we have also to explain and to provide the data source used to train or to model the systems. The second point is, of course, privacy and data protection, completely in line with the GDPR. So you have to put in place data governance and to guarantee some data quality on your data set. And you have exactly the same issue for knowledge-based AI. The third point is robustness and safety. Robustness and safety are mandatory for avionics, and I will not explain why in this assembly, but that means for AI development that you have to design some system which are predictable and safe to be used. Last but not least, you have also to put in place some quality management systems in order to monitor all this issue during the overall life cycle of your systems. The second type of issue are more on accountability, on collaboration with stakeholders and human-centric design. Accountability will be mandatory, and this implies the fact that we must develop some auditing methodology to ensure monitoring during the overall life cycle of your systems in order to guarantee the performance and the impact of the systems. And I explained before that you need to develop some UX approach in order to be sure that your system will support or assist the human. Then you have also to take into account, of course, fairness, diversity, non-discrimination in order to mitigate any bias. To promote diversity. So that implies also a way to qualify your data sets. Social and environmental impact. Of course, AI can contribute to sustainability or to increase inclusivity, but we have to promote some frugal AI approach in order to mitigate the carbon footprint of your AI systems. And last but not least, as we are dealing with critical systems, safety critical system, we must to take into account, of course, the dimension of trust, risk, and security. So that implies to put in place AI governance and sometimes to also take into account the sovereignty of AI. To support that, we need to revisit engineering in order to provide trustworthy AI engineering, which means, of course, AI engineering, but which imply also MLOps, machine learning operation. And when you deal with AI and not only with machine learning, with AI ops. So AI ops is here an extension of MLOps for any type of AI. Why? Because deploying AI in critical systems implies a lot of engineering challenges, not only on data engineering and knowledge engineering in order to qualify the data set or to qualify the knowledge rules set, to guarantee the robustness, the representativeness of the data set, to mitigate some problem in your on the bias of your data. But you have also to address and revisit all engineering dedicated to algorithm engineering, especially to guarantee correctness and validity of your ML component or your AI component, to ensure accuracy, transparency, and so on. Then, of course, you have to guarantee reliability, availability, maintainability, safety, cybersecurity of your AI-based system, not only on your AI components, in order to guarantee that, to guarantee maintainability, but also to provide some quality assurance, to take into account system engineering and human factors. And I mentioned, of course, human-centric design in order to have a fluid and seamless human-AI dialogue, but also to capture ethics by design and usability. This implies to develop and to revisit the overall AI engineering, because we start from requirement and specification in order to deploy and maintain the AI-based systems. And of course, to be sure that we are compliant to regulation or standards. It is why AI engineering is a necessary condition to deploy in a trustworthy manner AI in critical systems. MLOps is one of the steps of this overall AI engineering in order to go from requirement to deployment and maintenance, addressing, of course, all, for example, labeling issues, monitoring, and so on. But we have also to take into account the way to design stakeholder requirements, specification, and to choose the right architecture. It is why there is two new concepts, which is more a system engineering concept on how to tackle the operational analysis with respect to the intended purpose of your AI capacities, and to design the operational design domain, which will drive the overall developments. And last but not least, as you will have your system, your AI-based system, you have to validate the system. You have to make a validation, verification, qualification in order to go to certification, and also to provide some monitoring capacities to be sure that there is no drift of your AI-based systems. So it's an overall engineering life cycle. And if I go to the ML based system, you know quite well this new cycle designed by EASA. And you see that there are a lot of steps, a lot of activities. Some are more in engineering, system engineering activities, so some are more in software engineering activities. And MLOps doesn't cover the overall life cycle, but only the bottom one. Why? It's because MLOps support all the data-driven AI development, especially for the component. There are tackle some specificities in order to manage the model drift, to ensure that, and to guarantee trustworthiness, to guarantee the scalability, to guarantee also the reproducibility and this kind of requirements. Last but not least, a new challenge that we will face is called hybrid AI. What is hybrid AI? In fact, hybrid AI wants to capture all the strengths of data-driven AI and knowledge-based AI. And not for me. And it aims to be more explainable, so to address the explainability issues, to address frugality issues, and to be easier to for validation and qualification. It could be a combination of various techniques. It could be a combination of AI with another technologies, such as AI with physics, and we can mention physics-informed neural network, or AI with geometry, with geometric-informed neural network. There are a lot of applications, and the objective is really to go to trustworthy AI engineering. Last but not least, and you will have also a presentation on generative AI, there are a lot of new challenges that generative AI are faced with respect to trustworthy and responsible AI. The challenge are this one. So we have to improve explainability and transparency of generative AI. We have to address, of course, sustainability in order to reduce the AI footprint, generative AI footprint. And one way is to deal with a small model, small generative model, in order to decrease the complexity. We have also to ensure data privacy and this kind of issue. And last but not least, to combat misinformation, bias, and deepfake. So to summarize, in order to develop and to deploy AI in our critical system, and especially in aeronautics, AI must be valid, AI must be transparent and explainable, AI must be secure and robust, AI must be, of course, safe, reliable, dependable, and last but not least, we have to deal with data governance in order to tackle data privacy, which include to qualify your data set. And if I deal with knowledge-based AI or hybrid AI, I have exactly the same challenges. And to be accountable and responsible, meaning to be compliant to all sustainability issue, legal issue, regularity framework, and of course the AI Act. That is the end of my presentation.
Thank you so much, Juliette, for this very interesting keynote. Unfortunately, due to a very tight agenda, we cannot allow for Q&A to Juliette on this keynote, but if you have any questions, she'll be there during the lunch break, so please come to her. She'll be very happy to answer any of your questions or hear from your comments. Now, without any further delay, we move to the first session of the day on research and innovations. We have Alessandro Pristers as moderator, and I would like to introduce him. He holds a master's degree in electronic engineering from Rome La Piazza University. He joined EUROCONTROL in 2000 and managed for over a decade the operational concept and architecture unit. He then led the network management system and architecture unit when he coordinated for over 3 years the delivery of NM release. So he had a strong background on NM. He moved to SESAR JU in 2014 as program manager, where he coordinated the SESAR exploratory research and more recently the artificial intelligence work program. Alessandro, please come and welcome. Are you saying here? No? You can come here. Please welcome Alessandro.
So, again, so I'm happy to moderate this interesting session on research innovation. As you will see, there are quite different presentations on a few central projects that are ongoing and that are very promising. I will be presenting you, so I will be first presenting the presenters of the first presentation, which are Metap Karaslan and Paulina De Falco from EUROCONTROL. Metap holds a degree in software engineering and is working at EUROCONTROL since more than 20 years. She started in the CFMU project, so one of the pioneers of the CFMU, and contributing to the initial developments of the NM systems. Over the past 23 years, she dedicated herself to the architecture and to development of the NM systems. In the last decade, she contributed to SESAR projects, taking the role of a technical and solution lead. And Paulina De Falco, who will be co-sharing this presentation, is a data scientist and project leader at the EUROCONTROL Innovation Hub. He holds a master degree in aerospace engineering from the Federico II University of Naples and a PhD in mechanical engineering for the Queen Mary University of London. He worked as a data scientist at Max Planck Institute in Germany before joining the University of Westminster as a researcher, and then more recently at EUROCONTROL. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Alexandro. Good morning, everyone. Welcome. In this presentation, we're going to talk about an idea and a solution that we had in the SESAR 3 Network TBO project. It's about predicting the constraints, probability with uncertainty quantification. First of all, what was our challenge? So we had an operational challenge, business. We have vertical trajectories of the flights. Yeah. So what happens? There is one that airspace user calculates in a different vertical profile, here you see, and another one where it's constrained by certain ATC LOAs. So on one hand, our pilots or flight dispatchers have one vertical profile. On the other hand, the network manager or the air traffic controllers might have another one, because we don't necessarily use the constraints or interpret them in the same way. So what happens when we have this situation? Of course, the airspace users, they want to fly the optimum trajectory with minimum fuel consumption, and they are not always convinced that the air traffic controllers will ask them to change their flight levels. And it's, of course, fuel. It's expensive sometimes. Not always, not being convinced is going to cost them. So then the network manager is responsible for seeing the traffic situation in Europe. Well, they say, okay, but there is a constraint. So you will have to be at another flight level at a certain point. And this is what we call top of descent, typically in the arrivals. So they say, I'm going to inform the ANSPs accordingly. They think it's another top of descent they have in hand. Well, then the ATCO is busy controlling or separating the aircraft. Sometimes they might say, okay, it's a quiet day today, so I will give the pilot what they want, a better flight level. Sometimes, no, the pilot expects another one, but I cannot because it's very busy, so I have to coordinate, which means during the flight execution, they will have to do additional coordination. The pilot will get another flight level than what they hoped for. So this is a challenge that we have. What we want to do is that we want to align this understanding of the top of descent, where we are, and also make it more predictable. And for that reason, we had an idea. We have a solution that in the SESAR 3 Network TBO project. We said, why can't we just calculate what the ATCO will ask the pilot? We have a lot of data. Can we not use this data to use machine learning technology and predict better? And now Paulino will tell you what we did, how we did it. Thank
you. Good morning, everyone. So indeed, I'm going to present the modeling approach that we developed to predict this constraint, this restriction that Metap just described. So we use the machine learning, as you can imagine, and we use operational data from the entire 2024. Of course, at the beginning of the modeling, we had to do some pre-processing. We had to look at the agreed and flown trajectory to compare them, to really understand when these constraints have been applied in flown trajectories. And for this, we had the support of colleagues working here at the headquarters of EUROCONTROL. We are only using trajectory input data, as you will see from a plot. And we are using CatBoost as a binary classifier algorithm for our model, which outputs the probability of a constraint to be applied, and this is the positive class, and the complementary probability of a constraint not being applied, negative class. Here you can already see some metrics of the model. We have very high accuracy, meaning, for example, that 86% of our predictions can be accurately predicted. And we have also relatively high precision and recall that we try to achieve by making sure that the model has learned in a balanced way from the two classes. And here you can see a Shapley summary plot, which is a methodology that we borrow from the game theory, and which helps us to understand what are the most impactful features when we develop and train a machine learning model. And here we can see that the identifier of the constraint are really is really an important input to the model, followed by the flight level, where we can see that the higher the flight level, the higher the probability of a constraint to be applied. And of course, all these inputs are ranked according to their relevance to the model. So we have already a very performing model, but we also know that this model might become operational. So we wanted to help and to include some additional information to the user to improve his or her decision making. And now I'm going to explain what is the additional methodology that we developed to achieve this. So first of all, we need to know that each machine learning prediction somehow embeds an amount of data uncertainty and an amount of knowledge uncertainty. Data uncertainty occurs due to the noise that we have in our data set and to the class overlap in case you are dealing with classification problems. While knowledge uncertainty typically happens when you train a model on a specific data set and then you test it on a model which has a completely different type of data. And of course, it can be reduced by exposing the model to a bigger variety of data. There are different techniques to quantify uncertainty. Some of them rely on single model, meaning you train a single model, but instead of using the classical loss functions, you have to change them a little bit. And other methodology instead rely on ensemble model. So basically here you train a set of models to predict the same target. Okay, and in a bit I will provide more information on this. In the meantime, you can see some references if you are curious and you want to read more about this topic. At this stage, it's important to highlight that in information theory, and therefore in machine learning, when we deal with data, the entropy of a discrete probability distribution is a measure of uncertainty. So we know entropy as a concept in physics indicating the chaos of the system. In information theory, entropy is an indication of uncertainty. And what is important to remember is that only data and total uncertainty can be quantified. Total uncertainty, of course, is the sum of data and knowledge uncertainty. And therefore, we can infer knowledge uncertainty by subtracting the data uncertainty from the total one. You will see in a bit some example, because I really hope that this concept will be clear at the end of the presentation. So in our case, we decided to opt for ensemble models since they seem to be more rigorous from a mathematical perspective and also more intuitive. And specifically, we use bootstrapping with 50 models. So now I'm going to describe quickly bootstrapping. Imagine you have a bucket with all your observation and you want to train 50 models with 50 slightly different training data set. What you do is to extract each observation from your bucket, you record the extraction, and you put back the observation in the bucket. Because of this, there is the probability that a certain observation will appear more than once in a data set, as long as you do this replacement. There will be also cases where a certain observation will not appear at all in a data set. So overall, you will be training 50 models with slightly 50 different data sets. And because of this, the model will learn slightly different relationship between input and output. And this hopefully will be also clearer in a bit. So let's look at this example. We have two probability distribution for a classification problem where we are trying to classify and to predict 3 classes. Of course, it's just an example. In the first case, you see a very skewed and sharp distribution. In the second case, you can see a quite uniform and flat distribution. To the first case, we have low entropy associated. To the second case, we have high entropy associated. So the shape of this distribution tells us the level of entropy that the predictions themselves embed. So we talked about ensemble. Now let's assume that we train the model with 3 ensembles. So we train 3 different models for the same target. And we are now making a prediction for the same observation. You see, we have these 3 distributions that look quite similar. And that's because the 3 models agree on the prediction to give. What else can we say? For what I explained earlier, we can say that there is low entropy associated to each prediction, and you can see the shape. Data uncertainty is by definition the average of the entropies that you see on the top of the plot quantified. So if you do the average, you still get a relatively low value. We can compute total uncertainty by computing first the expected distribution, where each value of the class is obtained as an average of the values that you see in the 3 ensembles. And then you compute the entropy. In this case, we have that both data and total uncertainty are relatively low. And when we do the difference, knowledge uncertainty also seems to be very, very low. So this is one case. Now let's look at this other case where we have, again, these 3 ensemble models making a prediction for a generic observation. But in this case, the models disagree. As you see, there is no preference. They are just guessing the prediction to provide. And what else can we say? We can say that, again, we have low entropy associated with each of these distribution. Overall, we have relatively low data uncertainty because when we compute the average of the 3 entropies, we get a relatively low value. But when we compute the expected distribution and then we compute the entropy of this distribution, the value of the total uncertainty is significant. And therefore, when we compute the difference between the total and data uncertainty, which is by definition the knowledge uncertainty, in this case, we get a significant value, 0.4 nuts, for example. So the question is, when do we have these kind of scenarios that representing the case where we have trained the model and then we test it or we use it at the inference and the ensemble models disagree on the prediction? Well, it's as simple as looking at this plot. Is basically when we are trying to test the model on an out-of-domain feature space. So here you have a feature space representing basically the data that you train the model on. You have the 3 classes in this example represented by these 3 colors. So it's likely if you test the model on observations that are outside the training data set, and here are highlighted in gray, the 3 models will disagree, and then you will start quantifying knowledge uncertainty. So overall, now what we are doing is to implement a set of analysis because we want to quantify knowledge uncertainty properly. And we observe that when we do it for standard inputs, meaning for observations that are part of our standard testing data set, the knowledge uncertainty that we are quantifying is relatively low. However, when we generate randomly our data set, for example, we we generate with random strings categorical features, and we change the sign, or we change the order of magnitude of our numerical input features. In this case, the knowledge uncertainty arises, and it actually changes the order of magnitude. So this is a clear indication that we might use knowledge uncertainty as an alerting system to detect cases where the model has been fed with unseen data, with unexpected data. And we believe that if we are able to simplify maybe the information that is underneath this knowledge uncertainty, also the users will benefit, and this confidence in model usage will improve over time. Currently, we need to find a threshold for these numerical knowledge uncertainty values, because we want to minimize the number of false alerts while maximizing the number of true alerts. We don't want to provide misleading information to the user. And we believe that soon we will be able not only to provide a prediction with an associated probability, but also with an associated color, which is, for example, a simplification, a representation of this knowledge uncertainty. So we will have low knowledge uncertainty highlighted in green, medium values highlighted in orange, and high values highlighted in red, as an example. I hand over to Meta for the last part. Thank you.
So having done that, what can we do with this? What we developed and what we obtained. So we have, as I mentioned, a solution in the SESAR 3 Network TBO project. So what we want to do is to demonstrate that these different views on the trajectories are more aligned and predictable. Yeah. So we have a validation exercise. We will run this June very soon. With our operational stakeholders, we will visualize this probability calculation with real-time data. We have the operational data coming to our test platform. So it will look like something like this now. We have two different trajectories, but this time on different points, there is a probability calculated for the ATCO asking that specific flight level. So we're going to present this to the flight dispatchers, to the pilots, and see how they can use this information. What kind of questions we will be asking? Is this information acceptable? Is it reliable for them? Paulina talked about uncertainty, the confidence. Would they be confident about that? How they can use this as an airspace user? This doesn't mean only, I'm sorry, human actors, but also system-wise. Maybe we can automate more. What would be the threshold that would mean for them to consider a certain constraint? How much probability that they want to see to calculate their fuel accordingly? Can other ATM actors use it? At the moment, we're looking at the airspace users specifically, but can the network manager use it? The ATCOs themselves, would they also use that to predict what they will do in operations? And the last but not least, if and how this knowledge uncertainty can be used. You have seen the color codes, so we have to show them in a way to non-technical people to be able to explain them and see how they can use it. And if we can convince them, it's a good solution. Thank you very much.
I would like to say that questions would be for later. Please note your questions for this interesting presentation, and we will have a dedicated part at the end. So I will then introduce the next two presenters from EUROCONTROL, Rudiger Armandhout and Ramon Dalmau. I will start with the first presenter. There would be two different presentations related to very similar topic, the Contrail Detection. Ramon Dalmau is an aerospace engineer with a focus on optimization and artificial intelligence. He holds a master's degree in computational mathematics from the Autonomous University of Barcelona and a PhD in aerospace science and technology from the Technical University of Catalonia. He began his career with a research fellowship at NLR and NASA, contributing to more than 70 scientific publications. Since 2019, he is working as a data scientist at EUROCONTROL, where he develops AI-based tools for supporting traffic management and help reducing the environmental impact of aviation. And Rudiger Mantraut holds a diploma in telecommunication engineer and an aeronautical PhD, in last one in the TU Dresden. He has been working since 1996 until 2005 at EUROCONTROL Experimental Center in France as a scientist and project manager. Since 2005, he is working as data scientist, aerospace engineer, operations research engineers, and senior project manager at EUROCONTROL Maastricht Control Center. And he currently manages the Contrail project and other innovation items as a member of the Maastricht exploration teams. And so welcome now, Ramon, first.
Thank you for the introduction. Well, contrails may look simple white lines in the sky, but they have a real impact on climate. So let's look at why they matter and what are we doing to better understand and detect them. So when people think about aviation and climate change, they always think of CO2 emissions, but actually aviation also generates non-CO2 effects, including contrails. And for any type of emission or cloud-induced effect, we can compute the radiative forcing, which results from the imbalance between the reflection of the incoming solar radiation and the outgoing terrestrial radiation. So during the day, the contrails reflect some of the energy that comes from the sun, and therefore they have a cooling positive effect. But during the night, the Earth radiates back some of this energy into the space, and contrails absorb from some of this energy, and therefore they have a warming effect. And some recent studies show that the climate impact of the non-CO2 emissions could be of the same order of magnitude as CO2 emissions. So this is a strong reason to study the contrails. So at EUROCONTROL, we want to detect the contrails from satellite observations like this one and track them over time. The satellite observations have a very good range, hundreds of kilometers, but they have a very low resolution. This means that we will detect the contrails only after they have expanded. Okay? And this happens several minutes after the formation, which makes the task of flight attribution very, very challenging. In other words, it's very difficult to know which flight generated the contrails. So this is why we will use ground camera observations. Here the range is much lower, but we have a much better resolution. So we are able to detect the contrails, to track them, and also to do the flight attribution, because we see the contrails right after formation. In order to do these three tasks, detection, tracking, and attribution, we need, of course, weather observations for the wind and also the traffic. Then what we are going to do is colocalization. So basically linking the contrails detected on the satellite with the contrails detected on the ground camera so that we can track them all along the sequence of the satellite observation. And with all this information, we will be able to improve physical models or to build hybrid models with observations for contrail formation and development, and also for radiative forcing. So as you can see, we have two objectives. One objective, which is scientific, to improve the modeling of contrails, and another objective, which is operational, to monitor the impact of contrails. So in the Aviation Sustainability Unit, we are developing labeled data sets of contrails on remote sensors, both on satellite observations and ground camera observations. So we have a team of labelers, and they are drawing, yes, by hand, the polygons around the contrails. And then we, as data scientists, we are developing the models and the algorithms for contrail detection, tracking, and flight attribution. We are also contributing to ContrailNet, which is a data portal to support contrail research. And this is the place where we are going to upload these data sets in order to accelerate the research and act as quick as possible. We also participate to NEEDS, which is a system to monitor, report, and verify non-CO2 effects of aviation. And we do other research topics like to estimate the altitude of contrails using several cameras, to build surrogate models, and to quantify the uncertainty of the predictions. And in this presentation, I am going to cover the first 2 points, so the data sets and the models. So first, we developed a label dataset for contrail detection, tracking, and flight attribution. Let's see if the video plays. Yes. So this dataset consists of 90 sequences of 1 or 2 hours with an image every 30 seconds, which means that we have around 18,000 labeled images. In each image, contrails are instances, so sets of polygons, as you can see in this video, it's just an example, which are consistently labeled through the sequence. For instance, now in the top right, you can see contrail 32, and in the next frame, it's going to be contrail 32, and so on. We differentiate between forming contrails and legacy contrails. Forming contrails are the contrails that form right above our camera. Legacy contrails are the contrails that we observe that they were formed outside the range of our camera. And for the forming contrails, the corresponding flight ID is also provided by the labelers, because as you can see, they have information about the traffic. Are these orange lines that you see in the video. Then we are addressing the contrail detection and tracking problem as a panoptic segmentation task. In semantic segmentation, the objective is to determine the class of each pixel. In this example, we have cars, we have road, sky, trees, persons, and sidewalk. So this would be semantic segmentation. But some of these classes are objects or things like cars, or persons. So instance segmentation is about determining the instance ID of each pixel. So for instance, here we have some pixels that belong to car number 1, some pixels that belong to car number 2, and so on. Panoptic segmentation is nothing else but joining these 2 tasks. So the objective is to determine for each pixel the class ID, and for objects or for things, the instance ID. So what we did is to fine-tune a state-of-the-art transformer model, which was developed for universal segmentation. Its name is Mass2Former, using contrails as things and the sky as the stuff. Okay. And the advantage of this model is that it can be extended to learn from sequences, from videos. So it's trivial to extend this model to this task. And this is exactly what we did. So at the end, what we have is a model that performs both tracking and detection simultaneously. Okay, and maybe in the future, by changing the loss function, we'll be able to do also flight attribution. So this video is just an example of our model. You see the contrails with different colors. As you can see, there is no flickering. The model is quite good because it's doing both detection and tracking at the same time. So we observe that learning from videos outperform learning from single frames, so from images, which makes sense. Now we are working on the flight attribution task, which I didn't present in this slide, but I will be happy to discuss with you outside the room. We will train the model on the labeled dataset of satellite observations. So this is what we are going to do next. Then we are going to collocate the ground-based camera and satellite observations, as I showed you in my first slide, in order to track the contrails along time. And finally, we are going to compare our observations with the physical models, with existing physical models, like COSIP, for instance, in order to calibrate them, improve them, or even complement them and build hybrid solutions. So that's it. And now I will give the floor to my colleague Rudiger, which will show the nice work that they do at MOOC.
So thanks, Ramon. Thanks, Alessandro, for the introduction. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you can hear me well. When you're standing here, you never have the impression that people can hear you. It is a strange acoustic in this room. So my name is Dr. Rüdiger Ermantraut from Maastricht UAC, and I will have a short, it's a little bit an inverted presentation that we share here. I will make a brief introduction at the highest level of Eurocontrol. So Eurocontrol is an international organization with its headquarters here at Brussels, where the operational unit is the network manager, and sometimes forgotten also the Central Route Charges Office, which is of uttermost importance for our member states and the customer airlines. So network management is done here in Brussels and all kind of administrative and cooperative tasks. Then we have the Innovation Hub in Bretigny, where Ramon is working, a learning center in Luxembourg, and the Upper Area Control Center at Maastricht, where I am working. So Maastricht UAC in some numbers, we control about 5,700 flights per day. 80% of Maastricht air traffic is climbing and descending. The New York airspace covers 260,000 square kilometers over Belgium, Luxembourg, the Netherlands, and Northwest Germany, which makes it one of the exceptions, or the exceptions in Europe at least, where many 4 countries are managing one airspace. 16% of all flights passing through Europe pass Maastricht UAC airspace, and you can see that we are quite a multicultural setup, where about 50% of the staff is operational air traffic controllers. The other ones are engineers and administration. So now to the topic. Topic is sustainability. We know all the CO2 parts of the climate effect. Lesser known is the non-CO2 part. And as Ramon already introduced, the contrails, strange enough, do have a climate effect. They have a warming and a cooling effect. And that makes about, science is not 100% clear at the moment, but at the latest publication state around 30 to 40% of climate effect from aviation comes via contrails. So what can we do about that as air traffic management? Well, we can try to mitigate contrails. We try to avoid contrails. If contrails are avoided, then also the climate effect is avoided. And therefore, we are running trials at Maastricht UAC, which are of operational nature. You have seen that cooling and warming effect. Most of the time during the day, contrails are cooling, and in the night, contrails are always warming. The age of the contrail is of importance. A small, thin contrail never has climate effect. A thickening contrail, which disseminates and transforms into a cirrus cloud, does have climate impact, and most of the time in the night. So at Maastricht, we do run operational trials to mitigate the climate effect. We take a weather forecast, several weather forecasts, this is the critical point, and then we compile that data into a climate criticality decision. Is it worthwhile to do climate mitigation or not? And then there is an automated decision process, yet with humans in the loop. So the humans get decision support when and where to do climate mitigation. You have to know that most of the time, climate mitigation, rerouting the flight either horizontally or vertically, burns more fuel. So we have to offset additional fuel burn against the positive climate effect from contrail mitigation. Our system computes automated clearances proposals for the air traffic controller, and the air traffic controller can then look at these advisories which are generated by the machine and can implement the clearances to climb or descend in our case. Now, what we have seen in our 2021 trial, where we have for the first time done that in an operational trial is we cannot trust the weather forecast. We cannot trust the weather forecast. We have looked out of the window and compared what we have seen in the weather forecast against what we have seen with our eyes in the sky. And we have seen that at that time, the weather prediction for ice supersaturation was not good enough. And because of that mistrust, basically, we started to work on the camera detection system. We wanted, instead of sitting ourselves behind the window, we wanted to have an automated system which looks for us into the sky and detects contrails and tells us whether it is a situation with contrail or without contrail. And this is basically how we started. We started with a quite expensive camera setup, and then we have seen for the machine learning, we can use very simple cameras, and we started to do that very simple setup, either with a single camera, plugging that behind a window, or with a quadruple camera, where behind the scene is just a Raspberry Pi and some webcams. And with this, in 2023, we have started to do the, it jumped one slide. So with that, I don't know how to go back, maybe. It's okay. No, it's not. Never mind. So in I think it was 2023, where for the first time, the inference was working correctly. The same process as Ramon has described, so labeling images and trying the CNN to detect the contrails. That was working relatively well. And then we have projected the flights from the radar data into the camera image to map the aircraft with their contrail, so that we had an idea of who was producing which contrail. And that time, so single single image detection. And that was working quite well, but not 100% to satisfaction. And we continued our research on that. That, by the way, was not trivial. Even though libraries for computer vision exist, this problem is still quite complicated. In 2024, we were interested in the life cycle of contrail. So we not only detected the contrail, yes, no, or where, but we also detected a short contrail, a thin contrail, a widening contrail, and the contrail cirrus. And I hope this video will show the result. Yeah, so you see the situation as it appears in the camera below, and then the inference on the upper images, and single image detection, not a sequence. And we can see with this, we can relatively well, this is a random camera, so it is not a specific situation which is selected. Our cameras are registering since 2022, so we just select some random data here. And you can see that there are short detected, the thin are detected, the wide green ones are detected, and the cirrus is also detected. And that is important for a decision process to make the transition from a wide to a cirrus, because then we know we have climate effect. That was working kind to satisfaction, good enough for purpose, not good, but good enough. And so we continued our research, and here we also are interested in the tracking. So we want to identify one contrail and say, this is one contrail over time, because then we can much better evaluate which aircraft generated that specific contrail and whether this contrail had climate effect. And I'm not explaining the confusion matrix on the right side. It maybe just shows that the diagonal shows quite good values. And what we can see here is a tracking of contrails, again, with a random camera sequence, so inference. And this is where we are today. So our next steps are to correlate again back with the radar images and to correlate with our meteo forecast. And then we will do by the machines what we did manually to check whether the weather forecast is good enough or not. Only if the weather forecast is good enough, then it makes sense to make contrail mitigation. And I believe with this, I've finished my presentation. Thanks a lot for listening.
Thank you, Rudy and Ramon, for your very interesting presentations. I'm sure that you have already questions, but we will wait for later. I will now introduce the next presenter, Alvaro Quintanar Pascual from Indra, who will be presenting Technical Opportunities Recommander from the Jarvis project. And just a few words about Alvaro. He holds a master's degree in telecommunications engineering from Universidad of Alcalá, where he is pursuing the PhD in information and communication technologies. And since 2023, he has been working as data scientist and AI senior specialist at Indra ATM, developing innovative solutions for ATM, focusing on support systems for ATM and space organization optimization. Floor is yours.
Well, thank you, Alessandro. As you present me, I'm Alvaro Quintanar, a senior AI specialist at Indra ATM department, and I'm going to present today our work on tactical opportunities recommendation within the SESAR Jarvis project. Okay, so going briefly over the outline of the presentation, I'm going to talk about our team, how is the problem presented and how we tackle it. After that, how we have implemented into a pipeline within Indra ATC systems, and some final results in a dry run SESAR Jarvis project, and some conclusions and future works. Okay, so about us, well, our team is composed of several profiles within apart from management. We're basically data scientists, architects, and analysts. So going into the problem, I must explain before that this project has been within SESAR Jarvis project into the work package 3, ATC digital assistant. So our key objective and challenge here was to develop a DCT recommendation system, basically tactical opportunities that would propose some DCTs to optimize the airspace and allow the controller to accept or reject, given a reason for it, these suggestions. So as an initial approach, it will be limited to 3 upper spaces in the north of Spain, which are Bilbao, Domingo, and Pamplona. And so this system will display this table that we are seeing in the image on the controller working position, showing the flight call sign and the waypoint to proceed to, allowing the controller to accept or reject it. So there are a few current constraints and features in this use case, such as the proposal horizon, which is now limited to 4 waypoints. It must be an initial point within these airspaces, and we are evaluating every traffic in a single flight level. Also, it's important that we are not recommending DCTs that are causing conflicts with any other traffic, and this must be implemented within a real-time interaction. Also, time constraints. We agreed to compute every 2 minutes these tactical opportunities to allow the controllers to accept or reject it. So after discussing this use case, we defined a unique cost function for each airspace as the sum of cost functions of every aircraft in this space. So as our set of possible actions, well, as our space is discrete in this case and finite, so it's limited by the number of flights and the maximum number of waypoints in the airspace. These functions are of finite domain. So to minimize, it's sufficient in this case to check all cases and compute. And in this way, field knowledge reduces significantly the number of cases to check and avoids redundant and useless calculations. And we have developed this alternative as a foundation, as a baseline for two approaches based in reinforcement learning, where the agents are learning to take decisions, optimizing a reward function in a given environment. We have a single agent approach where the agent is the traffic controller itself that is learning to tell aircraft which route to take, including the possibility to just follow their previous route, to not take this DCT. And we have a multi-agent approach where the agents, every aircraft, learn to move as efficiently as possible along the possible routes or taking some DCTs. So in order to develop this use case, we had available data from very different sources. For training, we had aircraft information coming from ENAIRE, the Spanish aeronautical service provider. So we had these tracks in CSV files from January to June 2023 that include, among others, structured data of the airspace sectors, flight plan data, waypoint data, radar tracks, and whether on the some DCTs were taken in this time. So baseline algorithm outputs are used for training the RL models and serving as a supervised target for the reward and as an environment simulator. And for inference, we are using some scenarios coming from ENAIRE as well, but we are developing directly in ITEC, this ATC system developed by Indra, in a 9,000 type messages. This is an internal naming, and inference is performed, as I mentioned earlier, in real time connected to ITEC with executions every 2 minutes. In this table on the right, we can see all the inputs. Okay, so regarding methods, as I have mentioned, it was really a necessity for us after examining current simulators and gyms such as Blue Sky and others, that for our use case, this was not sufficient. So we developed a baseline as environment for the reinforcement learning approach. So in the first step, we make data input processing. Basically, among the airspace, we process all the flights within our area of interest. After that, we generate an initial point, which will be the recommendation starting point for every aircraft. And given 4 waypoints from the initial point, we compute the 3 possible dark routes to be considered, looking for the most optimized, cost-effective. And to make so, we are considering both distance, fuel, and time. We have implemented other models to do so. And it's important here on the right that there are several block reasons that would make the system not to propose some tactical recommendation, such as not having an initial point, not enough waypoints in the scenario, not valid parameters for this aircraft, or if the aircraft is already on a direct trajectory. So it's important that also conflicts are considered. We cross-check against other aircraft trajectories and the possible DCTs starting from the most cost-effective one, as I mentioned, and we observe independency. So how not to make some conflicts because of a DCT. So computing efficiency regarding distance, time, and fuel, as I said, and we have a global optimization variable considering this criteria. So coming to learning and exploration, yeah, and using this baseline as a foundation and as an environment, we have tackled this approach as a single agent reinforcement learning, applying deep Q networks, where the ETCO is the agent whose mission is to learn to recommend tactical opportunities among the traffic within these volumes. So let's get N as the maximum number of aircraft in the airspace, and flights as the actual number of aircraft in the airspace, and endpoints as the maximum number of track points per route per aircraft. And in this DQN training pipeline, we have generated these episodes, padding when necessary. So we basically set this state vector with which contains every information about the trace data of each aircraft. And each time step is focused on recommending a DCT to a single flight, which will not receive any more recommendations. And the reward is computed at each step, given the baseline algorithm output and the generated conflicts. As to the architecture, it's important mentioning that we have used a transformer encoder layer and an invalid action masking in any case to block some special cases. And coming from single to multi-agent reinforcement learning, in this approach, each agent, each aircraft in the airspace will select between the different route options, so both routes on tactical opportunities within a grid space, which is later translated to real coordinates, to reach in the fastest way to its destination, avoiding conflicts. As for actions, we have a first action, which is the route selection. After that, each aircraft is selecting within move forward, slow down, or turn right or left. So for the status, the allocation of the aircraft at each instant of time within the grid space, and we have this completion condition when all the routes are completed or a conflict is detected. Regarding reward, well, at the first action, the reward is computed, giving a bonus if the route is valid, or a severe penalty if not. And moving forward on the route, agents get additional rewards for progressing and staying close to the route, and some penalties for slowing down, deviating, or getting left or right. And we also are considering conflicts in this case, giving a hard penalty that are more and more severe where the aircraft are nearest. We have considered for this approach two algorithms, both PPO and TD3, so both on policy and off policy actocritic algorithms, which are now working good. It's important to remark that currently this is a toy example, as I mentioned. So these are our two approaches. And regarding pipeline and integration, we have 4 stages here. In the first part, we have data ingestion coming from Swiss service. So this is implemented within ITEC ATC system from Indra, where we ingest this data, convert to XML. After that, we parse it and select only data of our interest, which is stored in a PostgreSQL container service. After that, we applied some filters to stack only valid flags and populate the tables which are to be used by the model. After that, we read with Kafka. We read these tables and we process with the algorithms, sending the result to the Swiss. This service of communicating with the ATC system, and we store the data in the corresponding tables. And it's important that as we are taking feedback from the controllers, we also have this feedback coming from the Swiss system and stored in PostgreSQL. And finally, we have developed an HMI, so Power BI service, enable post-analysis. So as I have mentioned, 2 weeks ago, we have some dry run that I'm going to explain later. So regarding ITEC integration, we have performed end-to-end tests in real machines with full communications. So this is this ITEC ATC system using our recommender. as we can observe in the video, this table is appearing with all the traffics in our sectors, and some recommendations are computed. Okay, regarding results, it's important to note that this use case have no ground truth. I mean, you have no controller saying, okay, this DCT is fine, this DCT is not fine per se. So we are data driven to test with some ADCOs at the real stages, so in the validation and some dry runs. But we have created this HMI, this dashboard, to include some KPIs and some info about the exercise under test. So we have on the right some KPIs such as distance, time, fuel, and CO2 save with our recommendations. And within our exercise, we have some other information such as flight en route, blocked or not blocked because of these blocking reasons I have mentioned earlier, and proposed DCTs and accepted DCTs. There are some other pages in the dashboard. This is the main page, showing also some metrics about the algorithm. So as I have mentioned earlier, 2 weeks ago, SESAR Jarvis project conducted a dry run on CRIDA premises in Madrid, Spain. So we had there two controllers from an area to analyze and test these tools, just to play with and to give some feedback and whether they consider interesting or not. So finally, they have seen this tool very promising for improving traffic efficiency in these volumes under test. So they also mentioned that they are in accordance with regulations, and they propose some changes or some features to be included in the final validation, which will be later this year in October, such not giving DCTs to some aircraft that are near the line of your volume or so. So coming into the conclusions, as we are running out of time. Okay, so the objective in this project was to create and develop and deploy this tactical opportunities recommender system, given an initial scope with several constraints and with inaccurate data from the Spanish airspace. So we tackled this problem by creating a baseline as a foundation to our two RL approaches. One single agent approach and one multi-agent approach. And after our research, we have concluded that, well, this baseline was really necessary for our use case to be developed in order to improve the RL algorithms performance. And this baseline algorithm itself has proven to be capable of finding tactical opportunities in real operation under several scenarios based on real traffic, getting very positive feedback from the ECOs. And as some challenges in both RL approaches, well, in single agent, it's kind of difficult to select recommendations among traffic in the airspace, and also the modeling of the rework. And in the multi-agent, we need to fill this gap controller aircraft. Okay, as for future works, there are two legs here. One part, continue exploring RL approaches, basically adding new data, new inputs, airspace and horizons, and modifying our current architecture, and also considering a multi-flight level environment. And well, it will be desirable to have some controllers to perform some imitation learning approaches, and also human in the loop RL. And the other leg focuses on improving integration with ITEC to increase ADCO acceptance, with the line of improving baseline algorithm, adding airspaces and horizon, which is currently being done for the validation later this year, and also exploring hotspots and conflict avoidance. So exploring DCTs not only for efficiency, but to solve conflicts, solve already in progress conflicts within the airspace. And also here is important to talk about multi-flight level conflict resolution. Well, that was my presentation. I hope you liked it. Thank you all.
Thank you, Alvaro, for this very interesting presentation. I'm sure you will have questions later. At least I have one for you. And I now move to the next presenter and last presenter for this session. So I will introduce you Anya Jardines, who will be presenting AI-based methods. AI-based met information for aviation about the Caracas project. And Anya Jardines is the CEO and founder of AI Methods, a technology startup specialized in AI-based solutions for aviation. He holds a PhD from Universidad Carlos III de Madrid, where his research focused on applying machine learning to improve air traffic management during adverse weather conditions.
Thank you so much, Alessandro, for the introduction, and I guess thank you for the organizers for inviting us. As a startup for us, it's really an honor to be here among these great panel presenters and the interest into what we're doing. So as Alessandro said today, we're going to be presenting what we're doing in the Kairos project. This is a SESAR fast track project that we're coordinating. And essentially it's about AI-based MET information. So, okay, so just briefly what we're going to talk about today, give you a quick introduction on the issue, kind of present this concept of using AI for weather prediction, talk a little bit about the benefits, also give you some background on the project, and then really get into the more technical side on the methodology that we're using to build these algorithms, some of the results we're getting, and sort of the next steps that we see in the project. So, I mean, really, weather is a challenge. I mean, I'm sure most of you in this room are familiar with this image. This is from the performance review report from EUROCONTROL for 2024, showing the average delay per flight. And really what we're interested here is the green bars. And what we're seeing is that these green bars seems to get bigger every year. Here, if you just do some math real quick, on average, we're talking about 3 million euros. If you say the 100 euro per minute of delay, we're talking about 3 million euros of delay daily due to weather. So it's a big issue. And essentially what we see in this graph, it gets bigger every year except for COVID, so it's clear that when there's no flights, there's no delay. But particularly these last 3 years, the increase has been more, even though we're not at pre-pandemic levels of traffic. And that's because weather has been getting worse every year. Storms are getting more frequent and more severe. So really, if we want to grow operations and the weather's going to get worse, we need to do something different. And regardless of the strategy that folks want to take, it's clear that we need better weather information to enhance decision making. So this is what we're trying to do. So if we think about how most aviation MET products are sort of made today, they start off with sort of the numerical weather products that come out of the models. We have the meteorologists that sort of interpret to make these maps that we're familiar with. And these maps, they are accurate. The meteorologists know what they're doing. They've been doing this for a while. However, the spatial temporal resolution on these maps isn't enough to make strategic decisions for the stakeholders. They want better, reliable information. And this is where we think that AI can sort of play in. So we want to start off with the same data, also get that domain knowledge. We want to learn what the meteorologists are thinking, but also give it historical observations and train models to be able to produce these, you could call it an AI digital MET product, right? So as far as the advantages that we see in this technology, the first one is that it's all data driven. So we think that it's going to eliminate a lot of some human bias that may exist in the forecast. We'll talk about this later. Also, it's fully automated. So as soon as new data comes in, we can create a new forecast. Right now, since it's manual, we're limited on how often we can refresh information. Also, it's digital, so we can completely integrate it into the tools, cross over sectors, give stakeholders better intuition of the situation. We've also seen that this technology is scalable. We could do it at a global level, with finer data. We could also apply it at a very local level. And because it's all relying on sort of data feeds in continuous, forecasts and observations, we think that these algorithms can continue to learn over time. So, I mean, the benefits sound great, but how are we going to achieve these benefits? And this is where the Kairos project comes in. And, you know, when talking about Kairos, I always like to start off with talking about the team members, because I think, you know, when we were putting this project together, for me, it was clear that if we wanted to kind of do something great, we really need buy-in from the stakeholders across the entire value chain. So we have folks from MET, you know, AI, also folks who do decision support tools, and then we also have a lot of end users, right? Because that's the end goal, to get the end users to see if this really improves their operations. Also, just to mention that this is a fast track project, so you know, I think this is the first time that they do fast track, so we're really trying to go to a high TRL fairly quickly. As far as the objectives, you can kind of think of the project as two things, right? One, we want to make a better forecast using AI, and then we want to give that forecast to the end users to see if it really translates into a benefit to the operations. So we're doing a few MET phenomena that we're predicting, and then we also have a few end users kind of on my previous slide. All those end users are going to be trying the forecast. So here, this is kind of, you know, the vision of how we think that this technology is going to work. Essentially, we're going to get in real time the numerical weather forecast that's going to be fed to our algorithms to make predictions. At the same time, we're getting the weather observations. We can monitor the performance of those predictions, but also, you know, in the future, that data becomes more data for the algorithms to continue training, and then we basically, those outputs are placed on a geo server that each end user can kind of query depending on their needs. As far as how we organize the project, we broke it up in two solutions. Here in SESAR, it's all about solutions. So the first one is convection, because when we talk about weather, the main problem is in the summer where we get the thunderstorms, and that's when everybody wants to travel. And then sort of solution two is we said, okay, if we can do it for thunderstorms, let's try to apply it to other phenomena. Just a quick note, this project also feeds on a lot of work that was previously done from the ISOBAR project and the alarm project, so previous ER projects in SESAR. So really, we're trying to build on previous research. Okay, so that's kind of the intro of you know, what we're doing, but how exactly are we doing this, right? Essentially, what we're trying to do in here is just to replicate the signal. So in this case, we're talking about a weather observation. So it's a radar image, a satellite image, lightning detection. Basically, we want our model to be as good as what we measure. So that's essentially what we're trying to do. And also, how exactly are we doing that? I mean, essentially, we're trying to leverage the best data available. So this is kind of where we have our partners. For example, we're working with both public and private. BIRA here from Brussels, they're giving us satellite data. Mathematics is giving us forecasts. We're also getting input from some of the map providers. You know, in the end, in AI, data is crucial. So getting the best data information. We're treating everything as supervised learning. Since we know what we want to measure, it's all supervised learning tasks. We're also treating everything as binary classification. You know, we try to break everything as zeros and ones. One, because on the modeling side, it's sort of easier for the algorithms, but two, for the operators, they want a go, no go decision. You know, so we think that, you know, doing this binary classification is actually best. It's what the operators want. And then the idea here is to, okay, this is our model. Let's see the current product, and can we beat you know, basically, are we providing an improved forecast over existing benchmarks? And then lastly, the idea of continuous learning. Essentially, once we have these models deployed, we're collecting data. And this is something that we're actually working on now, is to kind of, when do we retrain these algorithms? If we keep on training, do they improve? And essentially, this is also something that we're touching on the project. So I guess we can start here with solution one, convection. You know, here, actually, under the solution, we're doing 3 different forecasts. Sort of the idea, if you remember, we have lots of different end users. Not each end user needs the same information. If you think about someone like EUROCONTROL AI Network Manager, they're really looking 1 day ahead, where perhaps an airport is really thinking, you know, the next 2-3 hours. So on here, we're doing actually two forecasts at different spatial resolutions and 1 nowcast. And then essentially what we're providing is polygons with metadata, issue time, valid time, a risk level and cloud altitude, because those are the things that matter for convection. As far as the data, we're using numerical forecast, satellite observations, radar observations, lightning detection, and we're really focused on basically the last 5 years to make our training, validation, and test set. We're using convolutional LSTM architecture. Essentially, what we're doing is training the models on sort of images of forecast, a sequence of images of forecast, and we want that to be able to predict the observation. And essentially, the baseline that we're comparing to is the cross-border product, which is sort of used here in Europe for convection. So just a quick example here. So here, this is an example of actual weather observations from last May, May 30th. So here we can see the different types of data. So for example, in yellow, these are the convective cells. You know, this is already processed from satellite, but then in orange, these are lightning strikes that we picked up. And then in red, if we get so many number of lightning strikes, then we say, okay, this is kind of intense lightning. So that's red. And then in purple, maybe it's hard to see, but these are kind of overshooting tops. When convection is very strong, they kind of break through, and you can see it on the satellite, and that's a very deep convective. So these are what we train our algorithms on, right? This is what we want our algorithm to produce. Just to give you an example, so for that day, the day before on D-1, this is what the cross-border issued, and this is what our AI algorithms would have predicted. So if you see here, you know, kind of one of the main differences, you know, obviously here on the eastern side of Europe, you know, our algorithms think that, you know, there's a more severe situation where perhaps cross-border sees everything orange on the northern and in the eastern. So, I mean, you can sit all day talking about images and which one's better, which one's closer. So really what we're trying to do is really get into the metrics. And because we're doing everything binary, it's all about the, you know, how good is our forecast? I think folks were talking about before, really, when it comes to binary forecasts, it's all precision and recall. And you can kind of think of this on one side, okay, I can be very good at predicting thunderstorms, but I'm not going to catch them all. So maybe I'm going to give you very small polygons, but you can be sure that when I give you a polygon, there's going to be a storm. Or on the other hand, I'm going to give you all the storms, but I'm going to give you huge polygons, and, you know, it's not very precise, but I'm going to be sure to catch all the storms. And this is, you know, binary classification is, where do we put that threshold? I think my last presenter was alluding to that. In the end, we need to define a threshold. So this is kind of where we go, how we're doing it. So we're looking at other metrics such as F1 that try to give a balance between precision and recall. We also like to look at the false alarm rate. You know, we don't want to give too many false alarms. Essentially, that loses trust in the forecast. And then we're also looking at these are more metrics in the literature just to compare our forecast. So here's just a quick snapshot of comparison between, you know, the cross-border and our forecast. You know, just to say that cross-border isn't trying to predict these observations directly, they're given a risk. So these are, a lot of it is assumptions that we're making, but it's the best way we know to compare. And really what we're finding is that, you know, we are able to outperform the cross-border. And, you know, especially when it comes to, you know, yellow and orange, when we get into the red and the purple, one of the things here's where perhaps the human element comes into play, because we saw that in the trends in the data, we basically mapped which observations correlated best to which colors. But when it comes to red and purple, the correlation is very clear. We think that perhaps it's more of a matter of who's making the forecast that day. And red, even though it has a very low false alarm rate, there's times where maybe you could say it should be red and it's not. So we think that, you know, basically, if we go to a data-driven approach, we could kind of at least eliminate this or set the false alarm rate set that we want. And then just to, you know, essentially what we're doing now, these forecasts are deployed. So we make our forecast, you know, we're constantly getting the actual observations, and we're able to keep track of the metrics and then recalculate and retrain these models. So I mean, this is essentially a snapshot. Right now, this is just for convection. Now, I'll go quickly through solution 2. But, you know, we're actually going to be in a stand, so if folks have more questions, feel free to stop by. But in solution 2, we're tackling a few different phenomena. So the first one is visibility. Here we're looking at airports in Europe. Essentially for visibility, again, binary. So we picked sort of visibility thresholds that are important to the operation. We're looking at METARs compared to the forecast as targets and inputs, using sort of a time sequence LSTM to train the models, and we're comparing it with the TAF. As far as on the validation here, it's actually tricky because if you look at a TAF will give you a lot of different visibilities. So here's an example for a day. You know, the general forecast said the visibility was 400, but then temporarily between that same period, it might be 3,000. But then it's becoming 4,000. So which one do you pick? And I mean, I guess from the operators, I'm sure they have a hard time deciding, you know, with so many visibilities. So, you know, we're trying to be fair with the TAF, but even so, we see that, you know, we can provide a better, you know, based on the metrics, a better performance on visibility. And on this one, we actually did it not to maximize the F1, but to kind of maintain the false alarm rate as a current TAF, right? Because we could, you know, catch a lot more low visibility events, but the idea here is to, you know, provide, you know, keep the trust. If there is trust in the TAF, you know, at least maintain the same level of false alarm rate. Now, just because we're short on time, I'll kind of go quickly to the other phenomena that we're modeling. But again, we'll be presenting, so happy to take any questions. So the other one we're predicting here is also turbulence. On this one, we're using data from IATA. So IATA has a turbulence aware program where aircraft, they send EDR values, and we're essentially training the model on that data. So this data is actually fairly new because the program started in 2019, and with COVID, there was actually not a lot of data. But now, as more airlines sign up, we're getting a lot more data here. You can see the coverage, most of it is in the US, but you know, essentially we're using it every day. We're getting new reports. So, you know, we think we're excited to see the results. And so far, you know, I don't have any metrics, but even, you know, when you compare the actual data to the forecast, it's, you know, the performance isn't that good. So we think that we can do better. Then we're also looking at dust and SO2. We're looking at airborne hazards, and really this is more about the dispersion. So here we're actually working closely with BIRA to get the satellite images and seeing how these how that dust is going to propagate into the future. And then we're also looking at high altitude ice crystals. This one's actually sort of tough because there's not a lot of data out there. So there's some LiDAR data around Europe, sensor data. We looked at Era 5 data, we looked at engine data. But really here, the issue is that even the observed data doesn't seem to agree, but still we're working with BIRA on this one too. They have some satellite data. And essentially, you know, we can only predict as good as the data is. And just really to wrap up, kind of the next steps in the project is really about operational validation. You know, really in summer 2025, like I said, the main solution here is convection. You know, we have the forecast live, and the idea is that with many of the different stakeholders, they're each going to integrate this forecast into their tools and essentially give us, you know, operational feedback on what are the benefits. Can they make better regulations? Can they make more strategic strategies for dealing with weather? And that's essentially it. Thank you for your time. I just want to share, you know, feel free to connect with us. Actually, we scan this. We have a dashboard where you can see the forecast that we have in real time, and we're happy to get any feedback you may have. So thank you again, and that's it.
Thank you, Aniel. Thank you to all the presenters for being incredibly on time and just finishing now all these presentations. And we now finally coming to the questions. So I would like to. So who would like to ask the first question? So as an icebreaker, I have one for Rudy. So one of the questions I always have, so that I always had and never dare to ask before. So about the contrails. So clearly it is a very important factor. So the non-CO2 and we always think about the CO2 emissions as being the main factor in aviation. And so, is there some scientific measurements that have been done on contrails that can, in addition to the physical theories, as far as you know?
So do I understand your question correctly? You're asking whether there is a scientific measure being done on Contrail proving the climate effect. Is that your question? Partly, that is one of the problems. The theory is clear. The physics of the atmosphere are relatively clear and proven. There are flight measures where there are test flights flying in the trail of contrail producing aircraft. That has been done by mainly by DLR, the German research. And then there is analysis of satellite images measuring the radiative forcing. However, the granularity of these satellite images are is not good enough, I would say. So these measures are done, prove the radiative forcing, they prove the climate efficiency, which means the negative climate effect, yes, but the true quantification of it, I think, still needs to be done or clarified again. There is a number of assumptions in that science which are still good for scientific proof, I would say. Thanks.
Yes, sorry. Good morning. Let me just pick up on that because I had a question concerning you had a slide on satellite imagery for detecting contrails, and I saw that you moved to camera, optical camera. So my question is, what are the requirements that it's missing on the satellite imagery? And I'm asking this because, of course, I'm coming from Portugal, and I see Atlantic Ocean as something where contrails play a relevant role. And we are right now developing a satellite constellation for monitoring the Atlantic Ocean. So I was wondering which requirements should be taken in consideration for satellite imagery that could be somehow used for contrail detection and, of course, in the future, the mitigation actions. Thank you.
I know more about the ground camera images, but for the satellite images, for sure, one thing that needs to be improved is the resolution. No? Because if you have 2 kilometers by 2 kilometers pixel, you will only see the contrail after it's wide enough to appear in a pixel. But for the ground cameras, for instance, we have infrared cameras in the roof of Eurocontrol, which we can use to see the contrails at night, because they measure both the short and long radiative for long wave, sorry, and therefore we can also measure the radiative forcing of the contrails.
So maybe at the break we talk a bit more, so I write it down. Thank you very much.
Hi, Ignatius Godet from DFS, Germany. I would like to ask to Alvaro about your solution. So my question is, I understood that you are training the model with the information from the NIRE from 2023, and now you are performing real-time inference with this data. So you extract the data from the trajectory data set and then perform the inference and include this data in the 9000 message and display it in the control working position. So my question would be, how are you doing this in real time for so many flights? It's something that you are trained, for example, in your current trials. Are you doing for an S scenario, or are you doing in a real time? And because for me, it would be the most challenging problem or technical issue in this kind of solutions to perform real-time inference for many flights. I don't know, more than 1000 flights in parallel.
So thank you for your question. Regarding training data, we had this several months from INAIRE, tracks and some other data. But in real time for inference exercises, we had some exercises already prepared from CRIDA and INAIRE for these sectors. So this data is ingested directly from ITIC system and from an MKPU queue to this 9,000 message that we are ingesting in real time. So we save them and with a Kafka queue, we are ingesting into the algorithm for the inference. So every 2 minutes, we compute these recommendations.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, then, okay, I have another question, in this case for the Kairos project. So what are the main challenges that have been solved and the ones that are still to be solved in the project?
Yeah, so, I mean, I think as far as challenges, I mean, one is essentially the data. You know, for example, one of the main things at the very beginning of the project is how do you really define convection? Is it a satellite image? Because some people would say, well, yeah, the satellite cell is actually too large. You know, you'll see planes flying through it, but lightning is a good way. But then sometimes you can have convection without lightning. So kind of defining what exactly we want to predict, right? And then the other challenge that I think is, I think perhaps to be seen now in the validation is really, again, kind of going back to this idea of the threshold, right? How do we want more precision, more recall, and maybe this is something particular to each end user, you know, because it's more like a risk question. So I think that this is also a challenge on where do you draw this line and how is it going to impact the operations. So yeah, I mean, I would say the next challenge is sort of this next phase of the project in doing the operational validation and really seeing if there's an operational benefit to this information.
Okay. Is this a fast track project? And do you have an idea when, if successful, the solution could be deployed in the NTC centers?
Ideas, ideally, I mean, if we think, so as far as the timeline, you know, kind of the project ends in May 2026. So really this next summer is our big opportunity to at least see you know, to do the validation trials and the convection. So ideally, you know, summer 2026, this could be deployed.
Thank you. Questions? Yes.
Question is for Alvaro. First, thank you for the presentation. Second, is it something that could be done in a classic non-AI combinatory way, or are there so many flights and so many waypoints that it would explode very rapidly?
Well, a very interesting question. Thank you. In fact, this baseline is based in heuristics. And so the problem, in fact, is, okay, you have several sectors now, in fact, three volumes, three upper volumes. But when you will like to implement this baseline algorithm, so these heuristics in real operation for all the airspace, well, this could escalate. In fact, we are now researching how this is escalating among evaluating more waypoint scenario and adding some airspace, some adjacent airspace. But yeah, in fact, it is a challenge, and maybe for all the volumes in Spain FIR, could be a problem. Yeah. So for these airspace, now we are making good within 2 minutes for every execution, but it could be a problem to expand to the whole airspace of a country.
Other questions? Yes.
Sorry, still for Alvaro, you have to work again. I wasn't sure, that 2 minutes threshold, is that a compute limit or a human limit? Like, is it the system or the human that could not keep with the, solicitation kind of the system? That's the first one. I have two others, but I'll try to make them short, promise.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Regarding time constraints, they were agreed both with ITIC engineering, both with the controllers itself, because maybe, for example, every 30 seconds or so, it's so difficult to keep up with all the recommendations showing on the table. In fact, some anecdote from the dry run. Some controller were about to accept one recommendation, and in that precisely moment, a new recommendations appear, and it's switching in the table. So in fact, they have affected another recommendation. So this is an already identified problem, and we are working in making it visible for the controller in order to not to confuse when accepting or rejecting recommendations. So as a global answer for your question, yes, it was agreed by every part in the equation.
And the second one, as we are in EUROCONTROL, I saw in your slide that you put like 1/3 of importance between time, fuel, and have you thought, and this is an open question, of kind of get that information from the airspace user? Like, depending on the flight, you might, be more wanting to optimize for fuel or time, depending on if you're late or stuff. So that might be an additional input to your algorithm, maybe. But I don't know if you have worked on that, Hannah.
Totally. So already we are based in BADA models only by itself. So we are not taking into consideration any other special variables. But this is really useful for our future works. In fact, we will research about how to implement these variables, and for example, set this hot flights or hot traffic who is needing some DCT because of some question or something. Thank you.
I think we have time for a couple of questions more. Yes.
Thank you. I have a question for Aniel and Kairos. First of all, thanks for the very interesting presentation. So you mentioned in your presentation continuous learning, continuous improvement of models, which means you probably do some fine tuning or on the real-time data. I wonder if you can share some experience on how it goes. Is there a risk that, okay, the model can improve, but it can also start performing in some other areas worse than a baseline? And if there is such a risk, is there some kind of guarantee we can propose that this will not happen?
Yeah, no, that's a good question, and that's actually something that we're working on now. So as far as my experience, also, there's actually I have some more technical colleagues that can probably answer better. But in my experience, I found that especially when it comes to convection, more data. So again, we've looked at 5 years of data. And usually when we do this, for example, we train the model on 2 years, we kind of fine tune it with 1 year, and then we put it on live on the last year. And then we train it on 3 years. And it seems that more data seems to improve the model. And this is why we want to continue feeding it data. I suspect there's going to be a limit to that, but when is that limit going to happen? As far as on the, perhaps this, when do we change the model? I mean, kind of the approach that we're thinking is to have a model live, right? And then kind of have a model in the background and we're evaluating both. And only when we see, okay, this new model seems to clearly outperform the old model, okay, then let's switch it. But this is, I mean, these kinds of, rules, is what we're working on now. And also how, we're also working on looking at data distributions of the data coming in. Is it very different than what we've already seen? To also kind of do triggers on, because again, how much data do you really need? And this is something that we're we're trying to figure out.
Yeah, thank you. Interesting answer. And I think it's important to take some steps there. So not just blindly assume that it's gonna only get better, but to at least to employ some monitoring.
No. Clearly, that is clear. But I mean, perhaps it's perhaps because the storms have been increasing. It seems that with every year we get a lot more samples. So in the sense that it has helped them learn more. But yeah, you know, in the end, it's a forecast. It's never going to be perfect. The idea is to provide better information.
Great, thank you.
Maybe very final question. Yes.
Thank you very much. I'm Sofia Mumtaz, air traffic controller and a PhD candidate from Morocco. My question is addressed to Ramon. Senior Ramon, please. What are the challenges, please, that you encountered during the video tracking, especially the limitations and maybe how it can be realistic to operational air traffic controllers? Thank you very much.
The question is about the challenges during the tracking of contrails in sequences, right? Yeah. So basically, if you train a model just on single images, you will see that maybe you have a contrail that appears in one frame, and then in the next frame it disappears, and then it appears again. So you have a lot of flickering, which makes the tracking really challenging. So this is why we trained the model on sequences of frames, so that the model itself learns to be consistent over time. So this is the main challenge, the flickering in consecutive frames. Yeah. But then there are plenty of other challenges, like the flight attribution. Flight attribution is not easy because you detect a contrail and then you need to assign it to a flight, but you don't know the altitude of the contrail, and maybe you see the contrail after a while, so you need to adapt and the contrail with the wind information. So overall detection, tracking and flight attribution, it's very challenging.
Thank you very much.
So thank you very much to the presenters and to all the interesting questions. And I hope that you have enjoyed and learned as much as I did for this first session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alessandro. Just before we close for a lunch break, I have just a few messages to pass. First of all, it was a very interesting session. I was impressed personally by the quality of the presentation. And I was not the only one, because I've just told that we have 1,000 viewers online. So thank you very much again for the quality of the presentation. Then second thing, I would like you to encourage to visit the stands. It is just outside the lobby. You can grab some food first, go right or left to go get some drinks, and then visit the stands. Out of this morning, we had 2 project-down stands. We have a contrails that will not be displayed at the class break, but it will be displayed this evening during the networking events and also tomorrow. So if you want to have more information on contrails, come back to the stands this evening or tomorrow. And you can see the Kairos project on the SU stands right now. And now I would like to give a big thanks to all our partners. They are the one paying for all our breaks. Yes, we have Thales, Frequentis, Microsoft, IBM, and SESAR. Thank you for your support on this conference. And we resume at 1:30 sharp. Thank you and see you later. Good afternoon. Welcome back to the Fly AI sessions. Please find your seats. We will start in a minute. I can see that some people are still joining in. Good. I will start by introducing the sessions. Okay, so for this afternoon, we'll have the compliance demonstration session from 1:30 to 3 p.m., which will be moderated by François Triboulet. François here has a background as telecom engineer, and he has been involved in software developments. He joined EUROCONTROL in 2009 and was involved in the development of software system for the network manager. He has always been an AI enthusiast. He's at the origin of the NM Lab. He's one of the few who pushed in developing this lab, which is now run by Benjamin Cramet. And he participated in 2 different AI standardization groups from EUROCAE and SESAR. He was seconded to EASA in 2020 and is now the project leader for the AI assurance project embedded into the EASA AI program. Please a warm welcome to François.
Thank you very much, Emilia, for these kind words. So good afternoon, everyone. I hope you could enjoy your lunch and have nice networking sessions visiting the stands. I know this is a difficult session, the first one of the afternoon, but let's try. So welcome to this session on compliance demonstration and why it impacts the data scientists. Data scientists find themselves at the forefront of technological innovation, driving innovation through complex algorithms and data-driven insights. However, the journey from development to deployment in the aviation sector is more than challenging, and it does not need only technical prowess. The EASA AI concept paper paved the way for future compliance demonstration. We see with the work being done at EUROCAE and the work being done in EASA with the rulemaking task 0742 that regulations and standards will come progressively in support of this compliance demonstration. Today, we have the privilege of hearing from industry pioneers and experts, as well as researchers, who will share their insights and experience in bridging the gap between innovation and compliance. So let's start with our first presentation. Let me introduce Matjan from Boeing, who will drive us through an exciting use case that is delivering and working on via an IPC with EASA. Matjan is an Associate Technical Fellow of Novel Technology Certification and the Autonomous System Certification Subject Matter Expert for the Boeing Global Safety and Regulatory Affairs Organization. He focuses on certification strategy and is developing certification techniques and processes for novel technologies and new concepts of operation, such as embedding artificial intelligence and machine learning, as well as technologies encompassing advanced air mobility. Matt, the floor is yours.
So, thank you, Francois, for the introduction. And I'd also start with thanking EASA and the rest, Francois and the rest of the team for the really great partnership we've had with them as part of this IPC. We've learned a lot about the certification approaches to these technologies through our interactions, and I think we've provided a lot of good information to EASA as well, I hope. So let's get into it here. So quick agenda, we'll talk about the system, the automated taxi system that we'll be discussing as part of this IPC, and then we'll go into more details in what exactly the IPC is and what we'll be focusing on. If you're not familiar, IPC, the acronym is Innovation Partnership Contract. That's the method of engagement EASA has set up to explore these novel technologies. So like I said, we'll start by talking about the system. So the system we're discussing is called the automated taxi system. It's an experimental system that's under research right now with Boeing. It is capable of receiving a taxi clearance via radio, parsing that clearance, planning the taxi route, and then providing a read back to air traffic control. Then executes that taxi plan autonomously to taxi the aircraft from one location to another. For example, from the pushback location to the active runway, or after landing from the runway to its parking location. It uses its perception system to localize itself on the airport map. And it also uses that perception system to sense, classify, and avoid potential obstacles. You can see the photo here at the bottom. This was a test that the team ran a while back where it's classifying the ground vehicle that's passing in front of it, and then it reacts appropriately to avoid a potential collision. Although we talk about it being automated, the human obviously still has a role in this. And I'll talk more about that on the next slide, but the flight crew is, in charge of monitoring the automated taxi system and retains the ability to override it and take control of the aircraft at any time. So more on the flight crew oversight. The flight crew is responsible for activating the system, monitoring the execution of the system, and if needed, they can adjust the taxi route if the need arises. And like I said, they're responsible for monitoring all aspects of the system and overriding it if they feel it's necessary. The other big thing is, in order to perform that oversight role, the system needs to provide the correct information to the flight crews so they can make the right decisions at the right time with the right information. The diagram here on the right-hand side talks a little bit about the architecture of the system. You'll see it has a couple of different ML-based systems. The dialogue manager, where we talked about, where it receives the radio calls and parses those, and then the ML-based perception system to detect and classify obstacles. It also uses symbolic AI for its planning and logic in the planning and decision-making backbone, the large diagram there in the middle. So we'll talk about the system. Let's talk about the IPC and what we're doing. So the IPC will, in collaboration with our partners at EASA, establish the regulatory requirements, means of compliance, and V&V strategy for the ML-based system. And we're using the issue 2 of the concept paper as the basis of this work. We're using the experimental automated taxi system as a surrogate for the certification process in this case. And we'll consider both a level 2A and a level 3A version of the system based on EASA's concept paper. You'll see me talk here in a minute about phase 1 and phase 2. Phase 2 is the level 2A version of the system. Phase 1 is the level 2A version. Phase 2 is the level 3A version. And the description I gave at the very beginning of how the system operates and with the flight crew's interaction, that was talking about the level 2A system, since that's mostly what we'll be talking about today. We kicked this effort off back in June of 2023, and we'll be wrapping up here this summer. So I talked a little bit about focus areas, and we'll go a little more of that in depth here. So we started out by looking at the concept paper objectives and the mocks and seeing, once we had tried to apply those to our actual system, how does that work? Do we feel like the set of requirements is complete, correct? Is this the right set of requirements for our system? And once we pass that, okay, what does the methods compliance look like? And then we also talked about the validation and verification approach. Obviously, the W-shaped approach that's been detailed in the concept paper and much discussed is, there's a lot of things going on there. It's different than what we're used to compared to the old systems V. And so one of the things we're looking at is, how does the W overlay with the V, and what do we need to change and what can we learn from that? Another big focus area is human factors and the use of system theoretic process analysis, or STPA, for this system. If you're not familiar with STPA, it's a process and an approach that came out of some researchers at MIT looking at I guess the very simple explanation of what it is it looks at the hierarchy of control and the different controllers in the system, and then the information flows and the feedback flows between those controllers. So in the bottom right-hand corner here, what you see there is it's called a control diagram in STPA, where it shows the control hierarchy of the different controllers in the system, which could be parts of the system or people interacting with it. And then the green arrows represent the commands from one controller to another, or control actions. And the blue arrows are the feedback from the controller to the other controller. This is a simplified diagram, A, to make it fit on the slide, and B, trying to put all the words on what there is. It gets complicated real quickly, and it's not really suitable for a short presentation like this. But in explanation, each of those arrows label what the commands are, what the control actions are, and what the feedback are, and it helps you really understand what the system's doing and how the different controllers are interacting with each other. And I'll talk in a minute about what we learned by doing this process. So IPC phase 1 results. So just as a reminder, like I said, phase 1 is talking about the level 2A version of the system. So we'll talk a little bit of what we learned, and then I'll get into what we're doing in phase 2. So leveling, if you're familiar with the EASA concept paper, like I assume most people here are, the idea of the AI level is a big thing. Level 1, 2, and 3, and each of those are broken into the sub, 1A, 1B, 2A, 2B, etc. There's a lot of good information in the concept paper about how to apply that, but once you actually try to do it, you learn a lot. And especially around the division between what's a 2A versus a 2B and what's a 2B versus a 3A. And once like I said, there's a lot of good information in the concept paper, but when the rubber hits the road and you actually try to apply it to a system, you learn, okay, what does this actually mean? What does that mean for the system? And then how can we generalize this to provide, information that'll help future applicants in the future? Concept paper objectives. We took, like I talked about a little bit, we took all the objectives from the concept paper and ran them through, for our system, does this look like the right set of requirements? Is it complete? Is it, like I said, the right set of requirements? Is it going to provide a safe and secure system in the end? And so we had a panel of SMEs within Boeing from their, cybersecurity and human factors, data science, AI, and a bunch of others that I'm forgetting at the moment. And we had them all take a look at it from their lens and say, does this look right to you? And through that, we provided feedback to EASA based on, hey, like we said, once we've applied these requirements, here's where, from the applicant's perspective, maybe a little more information would be helpful. And what did you mean here? If we reworded this a little bit, maybe that would be helpful. And I think that was helpful information for EASA as they work through these, and they start to get, applicants that are trying to certify systems and put it into production. Hopefully this is information that will help those applicants as well. I think too, the other thing that we learned is the concept paper objectives, they are modulated by both the DAL of the system and the AI level of the system. There's also, especially when you have a system that kind of straddles the line, is it a 2A, is it a 2B, is it a 3A? Some of those objectives where the modulation gets, okay, maybe it's only applicable for a 2B, but it makes sense for this particular architecture, for our particular system. For a 2A, maybe they should be applicable there. And so that was another big piece of feedback and discussion we had with the EASA about, how do the requirements and the modulation make a lot of sense. There's a lot of good stuff there, but then how do you tailor that to a specific system? At the very minimum, because obviously we don't want to have to do that, and EASA doesn't have to do that for every system, but we need to make sure we have the right requirements for each individual system. STPA, I talked a little bit about this before and what STPA is, but what we've actually done with it. The initial goal coming in was to see if we could use STPA to create what the human-machine interface requirements for the system would be. Explainability is obviously a big part of the concept paper as well. And so we thought this would be an interesting and novel use of the process, the STPA process, to see what we could learn about the HMI and what information would need to be presented to the flight crew to accomplish what their oversight role. The other thing that we did is we looked at could STPA be used as a means of compliance for some of the requirements in the concept paper. We were kind of going down the road a little bit, and he asked, so that's an interesting thought. Why don't you expand on that and see what you come up with? So the list of requirements in the upper right-hand corner of the screen are some of the ones that we thought STPA could be helpful for. The difference between a full showing and a partial showing there is the anything listed under full showing, we thought that the artifacts created by the STPA process could be used as a complete showing of compliance for that particular requirement. Versus a partial showing, we thought that the artifacts and things that you learn from the STPA process could be then used to as the first step in the means of compliance. For example, explainability, I've talked about that. That has a lot of things around explainability and what you need to do. STPA can tell you what information the flight crew needs when, and then it's up to you to then implement that in design. So that's the partial showing is it tells you what you need to do, and then the rest of the means of compliance is then executing on that, what you need to go do. Validation, verification. So we talked a lot about what the W and the V and how they interact. We also talked about, because we have the different forms of AI in our system, we have the learned machine learning components, and we have the symbolic AI portion. You know, how does that differ? What do you need to do to show compliance for a symbolic system versus the learned system versus the traditional system? We also talked a lot about the OD and the ODD, which are big parts of the concept paper as well. The operating domain and the operating design domain. And you know, the theme of this portion of the presentation is around, you know, what does compliance mean for the data scientists? And really, this is one of the big parts for the data scientists. Some of the learning assurance parts requires, you know, data quality requirements. Do we have the right data, and is it stored correctly? Is it good enough quality to provide what we need to do, what we need to do with the training? But it also comes down around the definition of the OD and the ODD, defining, you know, your edge cases, your corner cases. Do we have complete coverage of the ODD? Do we have all the data to show it's going to behave the way you expect it to in the intended ODD? And then the other big thing we talked about in the V&V portion is the defining the MLC, or the machine learning component of the system. The diagram here in the lower right is showing the discussion that we had around, okay, where exactly do you draw the box? What is the MLC? Is it the inference engine or the model? Is it the pre-processing plus the inference model? Is it the fusion after that? If you're familiar with the discussions that the working groups, SAE and EUROCAE have had, I know that's a big topic of investigation there and a large topic of debate. And so, you know, we're looking to see what information can we add to that to help kind of put our 2 cents in on what the right way to do that is. So phase 2 in the upcoming schedule. So like I said, phase 2 is looking at the level 3A version, the automated taxi system. What that would be, like I talked about, the level 2A is if you installed the system on a traditional Boeing 7 Series aircraft with a 2-person flight crew. The level 3 version of the system, what we settled on is what that would look like if you installed it in a remotely piloted autonomous vehicle. So something like some of the WISC is looking at doing, where you have a remote multi-vehicle supervisor. Not invoking WISC in this system is not for the aircraft. They're just using it as an example of something that, you know, the industry may be familiar with. So the major focus areas of phase 2, human factors. And while it may seem counterintuitive, like there's nobody in the aircraft, how does human factors matter? Well, it matters a lot, especially when you're taking a traditionally on the aircraft role and putting it off the aircraft. What exactly does that mean? The human still has a role. They're still there to ensure safety. How do we make sure they have the information they need to do that role? We're also looking at what objectives would need to be updated. Level 3 is not yet the concept paper, it's coming soon, but what else we have to do there? And then quantitative and continuous safety assessments. That's also a big thing of what we, big point of discussion in the working groups. What does that look like and how would you actually do that? So we're looking at that. So first half of 2025 here, we're looking at wrapping up phase 2. We'll also be publishing a report, and we'll be having a longer presentation on our findings at EASA AI Days coming up later this year. And that is it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Matt. Let's now continue our journey and listen to Hugo Silva from Deadline, who will share with us his first experience when progressing on the certification of an AI-based application. Hugo boasts 16 years of extensive experience in developing avionics systems for both civil and military certification. He earned a master's degree in electrical engineering with a specialization in avionics. Upon graduation, Hugo served the Portuguese Air Force for 8 years, contributing to various avionics modernization projects. In 2015, Hugo transitioned to the civil aviation sector, joining Pilatus Aircraft. where he played a pivotal role in certifying system and aircraft-level avionics modifications for 6 years. His experience led him to Dadlin in 2021, where he was instrumental in developing cutting-edge avionics systems incorporating machine learning technology. Most recently, Hugo moved into the role of avionics compliance verification engineer, focusing on ensuring compliance for AI-based applications aimed at enhancing situational awareness or situational intelligence in the cockpit. Hugo, go ahead with your presentation.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. I'm happy to be here since last year when I presented our projects and our advancement in certification of machine learning in aviation. Last time we spoke about development, explainability, and post-development explainability, and today we're going to talk a little bit about how this compliance affects data science and what do we do in that regard. So first, a little bit about our company. Daedalian is a startup that was growing since about 2016 when it was started. And right now we're a little bit spread out over the world. We have the main office in Zurich, but we're a little bit in Latvia where we have our annotation team, and a small team in the United States where we mostly do marketing, but we also have a test aircraft where we use these test aircrafts to collect flight data and test our systems. So when we started, we had the lofty goal of achieving full autonomy in aviation. You know, I'm not talking about drones here, I'm talking about manned aircraft, but being flown fully autonomous. But that's quite a lofty goal. So we focused first on how can we use computer vision to help and assist the pilots in VMC conditions. We all know this is still a fairly risky side of aviation where there's slightly less regulation and most of the times no traffic control. So how can we help the pilots in their tasks and increase safety overall with our systems? So we developed several applications in different TRLs. Here we can see our system being used for visual positioning as a replacement of GPS. We all know GPS has its problems with spoofing and jamming, especially you know, right now with the current global situation, it's quite a problem. And systems like these that do not depend on any other infrastructure can be quite helpful for pilots. If you mount the cameras in the front and train them to detect objects, we can see here an example of the systems being used to detect cooperative or non-cooperative traffic. Same way, you can train these systems to detect runways and then provide ILS-like indications to the pilots. If you face the camera down and train the system to recognize and the classes of what it is seeing, you know, do a semantic approach of this, you can use it to help vertical takeoff landings aircraft to find where it is safe to do emergency landings and avoid harming people or any other structures in the process. And the one big advantage of these computer vision systems is they work in various conditions, whether it is limited visibility due to haze or clouds or just the background. They always work and they do not get tired, of course. Plus pilots, you know, humans, we have a very narrow field of vision. We can only focus at a single time in a very small area of our field of view. But these systems don't have such a problem. They can look at all the times, anywhere. A big advantage that these systems can do is they can help recognize non-cooperative traffic. As you see here, these systems were trained for detecting rotorcraft and fixed-wing aircraft, but they're equally capable due to the generalization aspects of machine learning to detect quadcopters, birds, balloons, and so on. Similar to what our colleagues presented this morning about detecting contrails, you can also train it to detect cables. So this is another product that we have where, in Switzerland, where I live, there's lots of cables due to, the people that like to ski in the mountains. But the search and rescue helicopters have a hard time evading those cables, especially if the visibility is poor. And systems like this can be a great safety enhancing feature. A little bit more about runway and vertical landing guidance. I showed before detecting the runway, but it can also point down and detect helipads. So all of these are various applications that we're doing, but I want to spend the rest of the presentation talking about what we are certifying right now. So the STC project that we have currently in certification is called the Illumina Vista. It's the marketing name we came up for it. Basically, it's our design organization approval sample project, and we are working with EASA and FAA to certify this in the coming months. To describe a little bit what it is, it's a camera payload on the nose of the helicopter attached to an existing nose utility mount that any helicopter can have. And then it sends the images back to a computing platform who processes the data and displays it on the cockpit. How this works is the camera captures individual frames. Those frames go through a pre-process where they're corrected for brightness and contrast, and they're split into 48 tiles. Each of these tiles is going to a convolutional neural network, which has been trained to detect the objects. So each of these frames is going to have a fairly low performance of detecting the objects or not detecting them. So the false positives, true positives, false negatives, and true negatives are, not a really good performance. But then we process them over time using Kalman filters and other techniques to get good valid tracks with a high performance that can be displayed to the pilots in various types of cockpit displays. The work that has been done with this is through our initial efforts in IPCs with EASA for the CODANs, where we developed the W-shaped process. And I'm quite happy to see a lot of presentations so far talking about their work applying these techniques. It's really good to see the industry adopting this. And, we started with this, we applied for the STC, and together with the authorities, EASA and FAA, we agreed on the means of compliance through the certification review items and issue papers to use the first usable guidance for a level 1 AI ML application, which is our case. Right now, the project is going quite well. We've passed SOI audits, which is basically when the authority comes and sees the work we're doing. We passed the first and second, which is basically the planning, where we see that all the plans for developing and testing are in place, and also that we're ready to start implementing the system. Right now, we're progressing well with the implementation and getting ready to start the compliance verification, which is expected to come later this year. So about compliance verification and in machine learning, we all know that these are very data-intensive solutions and techniques. If you want to train a model, you need lots and lots of data. For computer vision, where the domain space is so high, which so many dimensions, the amount of training data, it just explodes. So we have several hundred hours of flight time video recording. We have several gigabytes of synthetic data, both for terrain and traffic. We've collected ADS-B data for real-time flying aircraft, but how it is expected to deal with this is very intensive. It should not be underestimated, the amount of effort it takes and the amount of people working year over year in developing and processing this data. And that leads to lots and lots of tools that need to be developed to properly analyze, to see where we're missing data, where we need to collect more data, go through all the different kinds of backgrounds and how the terrain is different depending on the situations where you are, on the weather, on the seasons, have proper data annotation tools so that our data annotators can label the images correctly, that can be used then for training and verifying the system. It's just a very intensive, lots of effort that we really need to spend on. And if we know in the 0178, for example, that it takes, I don't know, 10 minutes to write the line of code, but 1 hour to review that line of code and certify it, for machine learning, that raises exponentially, and it should not be minimized. And to give an example here, this is just a 3D visualization tool that we built to basically review real life scenarios of encounters. We gathered ADS-B data from the US, the entire United States, and just selecting 2 months of data, we can extract from it in 25 minutes about 7.6 million encounters. I'm not talking here about near mid-air collisions. I'm talking about any potential encounter where an aircraft would see another one in their TCAS systems. So just anything that could potentially be used for us to show how our system is going to be helpful in the real life scenario. So this is all very good, how we treat the data, how we gather all this statistical information, and we can describe the machine learning models and how they operate. But then we have the human aspect. How is the pilot going to use this information? And that's where the human AI teaming aspects and the human factors aspects come in. So for our project, what we decided to do is we took this R44, who unfortunately had a hard landing and couldn't fly anymore. So we brought it inside of our office and we connected it to a simulator using X-Plane. So all the flight controls are connected directly to X-Plane, and the screens that you see just simulate the flying. So the pilots can just sit there and fly as if it was a real aircraft. And then we installed what you see here on the bottom right part of the screen is a display that simulates our system. And so the video that is being displayed there of the terrain in the sky is exactly the same that is being projected on the screens, just different field of view for that, simulating the camera installation on the nose of the helicopter. Then what our engineers can do is they can invite pilots that don't know the system, they don't understand anything about machine learning, they're not trained test pilots, they're just regular pilots. They can go there, sit, and we tell them, look, you have this traffic system, it's going to visually detect traffic, and we want to see, what do you think? Is this helpful? Is it not? What problems do you see? And it is really interesting how we can use this to see how real detections are going to be displayed in the system, but we can also trigger situations where there's a real object, but our system fails to detect it. How is the pilot going to react to that? Our system is detecting something that is actually a false positive. How is the pilot going to react to that? And we're seeing some really good, valuable insights out of this that we're using to validate our performance requirements and show that the performance of our system is going to be useful and not cause an increase in workload that is unacceptable for the end user. Just to give an example of one aspect that we've seen, I mentioned before in the early parts of the presentation, the narrow aspect of our field of view as humans. We can only focus on a very small part of our entire vision. So pilots can normally detect really well targets that are right in front of them under the clear blue sky. They are able to detect them even faster than our system in some cases. However, if the target is coming from sides, so if it's a collision coming from sideways and not in front, or if it is below terrain with a mountain as a background, then things are very different. The pilot in that situation is not going to be able to detect it as easily, and it is greatly improved by looking at the detection of the system, looking outside as he needs to do in accordance with regulations for VFR flight, and then being able to evade that traffic and to continue to fly safely. So thank you very much. I hope you enjoyed the presentation. I'm looking forward to answering any questions, either at the end of the session or outside while we have a little coffee. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hugo. It's time now to move towards completely different kind of application of supervised learning with the case of surrogate models. For this topic, let me introduce you Dr. Stéphane Grillon from Airbus. Stéphane has more than 30 years of experience supporting Airbus aircraft development with applied mathematics. Since 1989, he has contributed to all Airbus aircraft programs in terms of structure and multidisciplinary optimization for applications and deployment of methods and tools. He recently extended his scope to machine learning with a specific focus on surrogate models and their impact on aircraft certification. Stéphane, we are more than eager to hear from you.
So I'm from Airframe Engineering, so I will present you a specific application of artificial intelligence and machine learning dedicated essentially to structure design, including loads analysis. So sorry. I would like first to introduce what is a surrogate model. The name was pronounced this morning, but I'm not sure everybody knows. Then what we made at Airbus to streamline the surrogate model development. And what we did, what we are doing, in fact, in cooperation with EASA to verify and validate these surrogate models. And then I will make a quick way forward. So first, what is a surrogate model? In fact, it's a machine learning product. It's a regression model from supervised learning. The solution of a least square problem, minimizing the distance between the output of a model, a parametric model, with respect to the input-output coming from generally simulations. So it's the model can be linear, you know that, it's a statistical linear regression. It can be polynomial, Gaussian processes, and also artificial neural network today in many cases. So the interest is, in fact, with that, to replace heavy simulations, to accelerate them, especially in iterative process like optimization or uncertainty quantification management. It can be also used to create models from empirical data. We have some cases, or also to export internal models for services, to provide models to airlines, for example. So why to streamline surrogate model development? In fact, we wanted to have a user-friendly environment with minimum development, an exchange platform for models, but also algorithms. And also we wanted to prepare a full verification and validation process. And we made that, in fact, quite before the launch of the EASA concept paper or the EUROCAE working group. We wanted really to frame this process because we saw many approaches internally to Airbus, and we wanted to streamline them. And we have especially standardized the process to create the surrogate model, because this is a way also to do easy exchanges with different projects, different parts of Airbus. And we have particularly emphasized some steps that are linked to verification validation. The first one that is non-computational, that is the definition of requirements and planning. It's key to identify this task for future verification and also for traceability. And the step of validation and explainability coming together to give trust in the models. Also the metadata tracking, we have defined metadata all along the process for the traceability of the models and the pipelines. and the associated documents. So with this Surrogate factory process and tool we have developed, we have been able to solve since years a lot of cases, especially in the frame of optimization to accelerate the optimization of fuselages, for example, or to deploy little design agents for parts like fittings we used for pylons, for example, engine pylon attachments. Also, some applications for accelerating the answer to the customer in the case of tech requests for fuselage repairs. And finally, a model we built completely from empirical data from flight tests as a virtual sensor for better temperature prediction for delivering the aircraft to airlines. And we save a lot of time and money with that. So now coming to the specific topic of verification and validation, we decided in parallel with our involvement in the EUROCAE working group and working also with the first version of the concept paper of EASA to develop a specific working group focused on surrogate models and in the loss and stress community, so the equivalent of panel 10 at EASA for people knowing this panel. The idea was to, in fact, simplify the standard that was mainly focused on embedded software. Our needs there are not necessarily embedded software. The most of our projects we're supporting are not embedded software, especially HALO, hard landing optimization, which is about the deployment of to airlines of surrogate models for ground load simulations in order to improve the prediction of a hard landing, and fatigue digital twin, which is more an internal Airbus service, but to do conditional base maintenance and adapt the inspection interval to every aircraft for every airline. So to support these different projects, there was a need of a specific referential for verification and validation. Just to remind the main problematics illustrated by surrogate models, but I think they can be extended to other machine learning models. So we need first to understand that the first step, and Juliette maturely insisted on that this morning, is to define the operational design domain. So there I illustrated that in this 2D picture. You need to define bounds, you need to define constraints in order to delimit the continuum, the light green continuum. And after, the only way you know it is through samples. So you don't know the infinity of the continuum, you only know this training data. That's why, and this is the main reason why we need a specific standard for the VNV of AI. That's why we have this PAC criterion, the probably acceptably correct definition of the accuracy of an artificial intelligence model. So the challenge is to prove this generalization quantification guarantee. And you only have this blue point, this training data, and after the orange points, which are the data for verification. So the problem is not to know if you can extrapolate, you cannot extrapolate, but to know if you can interpolate within the ODD. This is a problem of generalization. And after, you need also to protect the model in operations in order it can behave well, even if you have unseen data out of the ODD. This is the topic of the robustness. This is the red point here, but sometimes some orange points can be red also because you don't have perfect accuracy. So you need also to protect that by predicting the error and being able to reject some points for which you know the model will not be accurate. So these are the two main properties, generalization and robustness. So for generalization, you will see just after that we have some statistical criteria to prove it. And for robustness, we have some discriminators inspired, by the way, by the Dylan work with EASA on the TAC, the code and reports. We have discriminators to ensure this robustness. After, we have two secondary properties, but very important anyway, the bias variance optimization reached through cross-validation, and the stability, for which we use statistical methods, but also formal methods like Decommon. We will evoke probably tomorrow in the roundtable. So our approach for generalization and robustness is a pyramidal approach. or a kind of iceberg. Most of people are using for the generalization a global criterion, which is in fact hiding errors because it's only an average. So we need to go quickly to a second level, which is a probabilistic level, and where we estimate a quantile. This quantile is in fact a traduction of the PAC criterion and is the first way to well characterize the error. So it gives you also a global confidence interval for your model. Then having this quantile, this estimation of quantile is not enough. You need to go region per region also to understand in your ODD if the error is well distributed, because it could be that your error is concentrated in a part of the model and that the model is finally not usable. And last step is to be even point-wise, have a way to predict the error at point level. And this opens the door to a discriminator that can predict from hidden data the accuracy you will have. So, and this is the right lever for the robustness in operations. And for each stage of the pyramid, you can have a feedback to data. Every time you can discover that your model is not satisfactory and you come back to data production. This is a bit what shown by Hugo on images. Here, we're doing that on Surrogate, so on tabular data. An example of the statistical estimates we can do at different levels of the pyramid. The first one, the first pictures compare the true and the predicted distributions of values. This is already a first way to see region-wise if your error is well distributed. After you have the classical bisector plots, but also the cumulative distribution function, which enables us to estimate quantiles. And we have here some way to characterize the error for stress, for reserve factors. Reserve factors in structure, if you want a feasible structure, have to be greater than 1. And here you have the values 1.01 or 1.03 for different quantile level. And you have to divide your results, your structure analysis results by this factor, showing that you have a 1% error for 90% or a 3% error for 99%. Now, coming to data quality requirements, what do we need to do about data? There are 3 main properties. First, the representativeness, that is to say that our data have to be in the ODD, the training data, but also the validation and test data, and also having the right distribution, a distribution that is suited to the performance and the behavior you want for your machine learning model. Then you have the completeness, having enough data, sufficient number of data that can be ensured by design of experiments. And finally, you have the traceability, which is about the metadata following the process all along, step by step, and ensuring the traceability of the model, which means generally traceability of the pipeline used to create the model. And after, we have all the other properties. I will not insist so much on them. They are important, but they are not necessarily dedicated to machine learning. They are quite generic. And what we are discussing with EASA is the possibility to have these data quality requirements implicitly, I would say, verified by the qualification of the process and the tools behind the process. For example, the completeness will be ensured by the use and the correct implementation of a design of experiment approach. Or the representativeness, for example, will be ensured by the use of a proper algorithm to manage outliers, and so on and so forth. And I would like to insist on the fact that you only know your data completeness and data representativeness after the feedbacks I showed you before. So this is really an iterative process. You cannot know from the beginning that you will have complete and representative data. You will only know at the end when you have your model. And the surrogate model process, or more generally speaking, the machine learning process, is not only providing a model, but also an adequate distribution of data. So the status, we have an internal report available as a referential for our surrogate model verification and validation. We have the checklist and documentation contents under review with EASA. And we want to implement a GitHub library to materialize this checklist in terms of recommended means of compliance, essentially the statistical approaches I showed you before. As a way forward, we want to implement now our Surrogate factory in a cloud environment. We want to complete it next year with adequate verification and validation steps following our referential and the different standards we base on. We want to finalize the acceptance of this referential with EASA, and we're moving progressively to the support of our different projects. Halo is under discussion for certification with EASA, and Fatigue Digital Twin is on its way. And we would like to extend what we're doing today from machine learning models, from surrogate models to computer vision. That is not an easy way. And finally, we want to support the next step. I am myself involved in the EUROCAE working group in the standard adaptations for unsupervised learning, reinforcement learning, and so on and so forth. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Stéphane. Continuing our journey with the ATM&S domain, I will introduce two brilliant people from EUROCONTROL. Benjamin Cramé is a software engineer with a strong focus on practical and useful applications for the aviation industry in air traffic management, where he has worked across Europe since 2004. His career began as a radar quality software specialist, ensuring the accuracy and reliability of surveillance systems. He then advanced into tracker development, working on improving the precision and efficiency of aircraft tracking and ATCOS information. Seeking to broaden his impact, he transitioned from surveillance to the API economy with EUROCONTROL, contributing to the development of data-driven solutions that enhance aviation operations. His work has since evolved into the field of innovation, where AI is now at the core. He explores how emerging technologies can optimize air traffic management, improve decision-making, and shape the future of aviation. For this presentation, he will be supported by Mihai Ojika. Mihai is an aerospace engineer with experience in ATM safety since 2014. He is currently working in the Safety Quality Security Unit of the Network Manager at EUROCONTROL. In his current job, Mihai is concentrating in safety assessing changes that are part of the Network Manager functional system. Recognizing that more and more AI projects and tools will come their way, one of Mihai's focuses right now is to explore and understand how to provide safety assurance for such AI applications before they become operational. Benjamin, Mihai, the floor is yours.
So before I start, I want to make everything clear. Yes, it is my mother who writes my biography, and if you want, she can do it for you as well. What we wanted to highlight with this project is also that the EASA guidance is also applicable to or can be useful for less risky applications. So ISOBAR is a system that will help you to get the capacity reductions of airspace whenever there is thunderstorm. I will come to that in a minute. But we went a bit over ourselves. Yes, we went the extra miles and did more than what we were supposed to do, because after the safety analysis, ISOBAR was assessed as not dangerous. So it is very, very low in terms of risk, and also it has no direct safety impacts, especially because it is not us, the network manager, that puts the regulations, these things that reduce the capacity of the airspace, but it is local air navigation service providers based on other data. But we wanted to do it, and we will give you at the end what are our recommendations. Yes, I will dare to give you advice. So it all started from there. This map, you have seen them already this morning. Yes, you're smiling. So yes, I'm quoting because this is the weather predictions. So what we did is not to look at how good the weather predictions are. We want to see directly the operational impact. So whenever there is thunderstorm in an area, you will reduce the capacity. You will put less flights into this dangerous zone, and then you will see and observe that the airlines reroute the flights outside this area, or the controllers have a more manageable way to deal with difficult period of time. You've seen this morning the figures of weather impact on traffic and the minutes of delay. So there is room for improvement for us. So basically, we moved from a statical map done on PowerPoint into a system that will show where the clouds or the thunderstorm activity will be, and be able to display the reduction of capacity, which is this purple line that you see on the screen. The orange is the nominal, or the one that is expected, and then you see with the purple line that the capacity is reduced. What you see also is a gray bar, meaning that the traffic is above the threshold. So there, it is a means or an indication that it needs an action. So the isobar system is made of two models. One that will say a categorization, one that will say yes, no, for that slot of time, that period of time, you will have a reduction of capacity, and the regressor will tell you for how much. And we based this inference on weather, of course, on demand. So if there is no demand, there's no point in reducing the capacity because no flights will pass. And airspace, so it is for a portion of airspace that we do it. You heard also this morning from Juliette, testability. You heard also several times digital twin, and also deploying a model for testability. Testability is very important for the AI, and you cannot be based only on the user usage. So you cannot produce an inference only when user asks it. You will have to assess better the accuracy of your model. And if you want meaningful results, then you have to think of deploying your models in digital twins, which is a fancy way to say that you deploy it 2 times, one for the user and one that will constantly run and test and collect the results. Digital twin, that's again way too fancy, but that's very useful. So you heard it 2 times already before me, so it makes me very confident that it is useful. So again, the concept of operation. So there I explained it briefly. The idea is that we provide the information to the network manager in advance so that they can actually implement the best solutions. The more lead time you have before the event arrives, then you can implement a better solutions. And this is what we did. We are using several sources of weather, so we are mixing the two. So you can have a very static, like the EU MetNet that were presented also this morning, and a more dynamic, which is close to also the presentation you've seen. And very important, we collected the feedback and the suggestion to improve from the users. So after the shift, we provided a formula, an online form where users can give feedback. There again, it is a very complex slide to say that there were 2 use cases, as I said, the one for the users and the one for the monitoring and the testability. So the testing, again, the strange things we discover is that weather do not occur where we think it will. So if you look at the lightning, the regulation, so the restriction or the reduction of airspace capacity, you want less flights to fly into dangerous area, will not be placed exactly at the lightning. So in terms of verificability, should that be a word, there you will look at where are the regulations, what are the strategy implemented by flow manager to prevent airplane or flights entering into dangerous area, and not especially look at the weather. The weather is just a mean to arrive at what we want to aim. But nevertheless, we implemented measurable and objectives for our models, and now the very good time for me to give you some advice. So use the EASA guidance is very useful to establish dialogue with the end users. So there it is a means to talk to them and discover how they will use. So when you have this concept of operations, this is exactly how the end users will actually use your model. So it is very interesting to discuss with them, because eventually they will say if it is good or bad. For us, it is always good, of course, but for them, they may have something to say there. So there it is very interesting. The learning assurance that were extensively presented by Stefan before me, the representativeness of data, etc., very interesting also. Spend some time in there, you will make sure that you achieve the success factor established by your end users. That part, very useful. Treat it, again, risk-based. If your system is not dangerous, then you can pick and choose, but that's what Mihai will present. But very interesting. Some objectives appear are not in correlation with the safety impact of the model. There it is because we went above and beyond, we went too far, and we did it all, although it was a non-safety, an AI without a safety impact. Also, when we looked at the level and the detail of information we had to provide, and when I compare that to my experience in tracking and putting a tracker system into operation, it was much more detailed and going way more into the details. And we had not a lot of questions after we delivered the report to our regulator. So we think that that was maybe too detailed, and not completely in line with what I could observe in other software productions, in conventional software compared to AI. Personal opinion, Benjamin speaking, it's worth the 2 cents of Benjamin, which might be less than other 2 cents, but that's another question. So now, without further ado, I leave the floor to Mihai.
Ouais. The green one.
Ouais.
Okay. Thank you very much, Benjamin. So in terms of the safety assurance activities that we've done for this specific project, of course, we started by trying to understand how will this actually be used, and where will the tool be sitting in the ops room. So I'll just give you some high-level points about this. So ISOBAR was running on a tool called iFlow, which was sitting in a non-ops computer, non-operational computer. And it only had B2B read access to the ops system. So no write access, nothing, just sitting in a non-ops computer, only read access. Essentially what this was doing in the ops room, it was allowing our flow managers to understand, based on past actions, what kind of regulations maybe would be applied in specific area control centers by the local flow managers, which would allow them to maybe start the coordination process with the local flow managers a little bit more in advance. Instead of, say, for example, 1 hour in advance, they will start 4 hours in advance. But it's very important to note that the decision to implement the specific regulation was still with the local flow manager. And also there was no change to the actual coordination procedure between our flow manager and the local flow manager. So this was a tool that would allow our staff members to enhance their understanding about what is happening and maybe take some proactive action. Then we went ahead and classified this in terms of AI assurance. So based on the EASA concept paper, we allocated a level 1A application because, as I said, it's just support to information acquisition. And as maybe some of you would know, we are SOAL4, we have a SOAL4 compliance software in the network manager. So what we did was we had a look at the table with the objectives, and we tried to select all the objectives that were applicable to level 1A and SOAL4. And this was interesting. Then in terms of safety support assessment specifically, because you know there's some one objective there regarding that, one objective. So we followed basically the 373 regulation, which is our main safety regulation, where we did the failure modes and effects analysis on the tool, which showed no impact on operations. And then we stopped there. We didn't go forward with having a more specific AI safety assessment because there was no impact. And I'll give you an example. For example, if this tool would give a wrong information to our flow manager position, they would maybe call the local flow manager, and the local flow manager would say, actually, no, we did not apply that in the past, and we are not planning to apply what you're saying we will. So the conversation would end there. Equally, if the tool would fail completely, they would just go back to normal operations without the tool, which means coordinating maybe 1 hour in advance. So there was no impact because we considered that the local flow manager would act as the last barrier because they would have the last responsibility for the application of the regulation. So what happened was when we realized that there's no safety impact for this concept, we tried to look in the concept paper to understand what we could apply in terms of objectives. And I think the conclusion was that it was quite a time-consuming and high-effort activity for the level of criticality that this kind of project would impose. And I think, of course, the reason is because the concept paper, I think it was thought with high-risk applications in mind from the very beginning. But in any case, then we started discussing a bit with the EASA, but we didn't advance too much on this because now Part AI will probably solve this problem. So we proposed maybe a subset of objectives out of the total of 80 that would be applicable for level 1A and SOAL4. And we thought that a lesser number of objectives would maybe be more appropriate for this type of application. So in the end, this was a very good trial use case for us with limited impact, which allowed us to understand how to apply the EASA concept paper. Thank you very much. We are looking forward for your questions.
Thank you, Benjamin and Mihai. So all the presentations so far addressed one specific machine learning technology, which is supervised learning. So now we will hear from Marta Ribeiro, who will drive us through another machine learning technology that comes with some promises, but also with some additional challenges compared to supervised learning. Here I refer to reinforcement learning. Marta has PhD in autonomous air traffic management with reinforcement learning. She is now an assistant professor at the Faculty of Aerospace at TU Delft. Her work focuses on using machine learning for optimization of network and maintenance planning under uncertainty. Marta, we are all very interested in your views in the subject of reinforcement learning. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Francois. So indeed, my presentation will go over certification of reinforcement learning. And if there's one message that I would like you to keep today is that reinforcement learning, its usage is quickly rising in aviation. You've also seen a presentation on reinforcement learning this morning. More and more, we realize the potential of reinforcement learning. There is one big obstacle, though. We don't know how to actually comply with the certification and prove that it's safe. Unfortunately, I also do not necessarily have the answer for this question today on how to actually certify reinforcement learning. What I'll show you today is the current status of a joint project between TU Delft and Thales that will go on for the next 4 years. My hope here today is that I can ignite a discussion that we can continue later today and tomorrow and realize, well, this is something we need to discuss. Reinforcement learning is different from other models, and thus also brings new questions that we must answer. Here I'm my intention is to show you a little bit the current state of the art of machine learning. And actually, I think this is the wrong audience because I'm sure you all know more of this than I do. You've seen many of these documents already mentioned here today. But Europe is actually on the front running of certifying machine learning. So you see here many documents created by EASA. The most important, of course, the latest concept paper. And then you see also some attempts by USA, albeit I would argue not as advanced as EASA, but already in 2024, FAA have released their roadmap to start certification of AI. And I would like to make a notable mention for ECAS X. They actually have tried to mention how would you even certify a simple reinforcement learning algorithm. What is the issue? There's a lot of documents here, and the main issue is that a lot of them still focus on supervised learning, which makes sense. Supervised learning altogether is arguably much easier to certify. And why? It starts with known data, right? So you give it a set of known data, set of input features, and you teach it to label a certain way. And then you hope that it extrapolates its behavior correctly when you actually test it in a real environment. You can immediately see that supervised learning and reinforcement learning, the simple diagram on how they work are very, very different. And this brings a whole new set of questions, which require perhaps a new certification challenge, which we at UDELF argue that, well, let's start with how actually reinforcement learning works. Let's start with technical elements to define how we should certify it. So let's look at how actually it works and what problems does it bring with it. So reinforcement learning starts with looking at the environment we work on. And often we actually start with a simulated environment, meaning the algorithm actually is not necessarily trained in the real environment, it's trained with a simplification of the real environment. Everybody that works in research and has to simplify things understands how difficult then this can be when actually applying something to real life. So we get a state, which is information from the environment, and we give it to what we call the algorithm, to be a reinforcement learning algorithm. And this can be a simple lookup table, which says, okay, if you have this state, perform this action. This is the simplest way of describing a reinforcement learning algorithm. But it can escalate to something a lot more complex if you actually have continuous set of actions and space, meaning you actually might have unlimited states on your environment, meaning you actually might go through a lot of different phases, and you might actually have a neural network, which becomes a lot harder to explain. And here you have an image of actually only some of the most used reinforcement learning algorithms. And this is a lot of information, but the idea is that there is unfortunately a balance between using a reinforcement learning algorithm that can handle a large state and action spaces versus how well you can explain it. Meaning if you want something that's easy to explain, probably its performance is going to be limited, right? So every time you pick a reinforcement learning algorithm, you're making a choice. Its explainability versus its performance in large state action spaces. Then the model hopefully will learn to perform optimal actions that will change the environment to something that we wish. Here again, we have a challenge because we might say, well, this action is only decision support, so we expect and hope that a human will interpret this action and evaluate its safety, or you can actually consider that we have an autonomous agent, meaning the action will be really performed. So what happens? How can we guarantee safety when you don't have this extra layer? Additionally, when we perform our simulations, we assume the action is immediately performed. In real life, it's not the case, right? There's a hardware that maybe needs to transmit an information to a human, an agent. There are delays. What happens if the action is performed when the environment is no longer in its previous state, has already changed? What does this mean to the optimality of the action? Additionally, well, how do we teach the model to perform optimal actions? We give it the reward. And this opens a whole Pandora box. So reward is defined by us, the humans. We're trying to teach the model what is an optimal action, what is a safe action. However, the way we humans think will be very different the way that the model is trying to optimize its reward. For example, we humans think about, well, I'm going to perform this action now, and I hope it's successful. Reinforcement learning is different. It's looking at actually the sequence of actions. So you might temporarily perform bad action, change to the environment to bad state, because it knows in the future this will lead me to a position where then I can get better actions. So it might actually perform some bad decisions that for us we interpret as bad decisions, but for the model it's actually not, right? So we're actually teaching a machine learning model to think as humans and to perform actions as humans, when maybe there's not the most optimal choice for the model. For example, let's imagine separation assurance model, air traffic control. Imagine we have autonomous air traffic control reinforcement learning methods. And here you see an aircraft trying to avoid 2 incoming aircraft. The model might be taught, guarantees safety with the minimum state deviation possible, so increased performance. So the model might decide, well, I'll perform a small state deviation that will prevent collision with the first aircraft, and then later on when I need, I'll perform another small state deviation to prevent collision with the second aircraft. And for the model, this is actually optimal. If you actually show this to a traffic controller, their reaction would be, well, this is highly unsafe. I would just perform a bigger maneuver immediately to guarantee safety early on. So this is the challenge that we have. For us, safety and optimality might be something different for the model. Additionally, it might be that we actually, to guarantee that our model is safe, we might need to implement safeguards, meaning we might need to actually define which actions we don't consider safe, which actions will move the environment to a desirable state, and implement safeguards. So an extra layer of complexity to the safety of our reinforcement learning model. And here, so you have TW format verification lifecycle from EASA, and a very important element stands out: data management, independent data and learning verification. As I said, reinforcement learning does not necessarily start with data. It's not as supervised learning. So what happens when we don't have data? What happens when actually we often need to build our model, train our model, analyze its actions to decide if it's actually good, if it's actually safe. And here, actually, I'm happy that I follow Airbus presentation, because there's a lot of, I think, ideas that copy from it, which is, for us, a proposal is that this will be more of a cycle, where we start with model training, we then require analysis with actions, we perform post-training assurance, even deployment assurance in the real world, to actually examine how close was our simplification of our environment agents, how good was actually when we translate the model to a real environment, then also use all of this data to, again, retrain the model in a better chance, right? So this is quite a different mindset than we're used to, which maybe we do need a cycle. We need a cycle to get the data to guarantee this pre-training assurance. What would this look like? So here we try to hopefully go a bit more detail what these steps will look like, but please keep in mind this is an ongoing process. But here we believe that pre-training assurance will actually start with operational design definition. And like the same thing as Airbus just mentioned, where we need to define in which context is our reinforcement learning model safe to operate? Which assumptions are we making, right? So we need to define from the first moment which design environment is our model applicable. Then we need to first be clear about the assumption that we make in our environment where the model is being trained. The assumption that we make in the agent that potentially is also simulated that we're using to train the model. And then reward formulation. How will reward actually be close to what humans expect to be safe? And here we pinpoint human feedback. It's very important that within this loop, probably we'll have a lot of iterations of human feedback to decide what is a safe action. Then once we train the model, prior to that, we still need to pick the algorithm. As I showed you, there is a balance between, let's call it optimality of the algorithm versus explainability. So this is a very important decision. Then we also need hyperparameter tuning. If you work in research, you know this is often not easy. We're trying different hyperparameters, what is the best solution? It really depends on the case at hand. Then we might actually have to consider safe or constrained reinforcement learning, meaning we actually have to stop the model from going to those worst states, worst actions, even though the model might figure out that that could lead to something positive, because we just cannot accept. This is something that we cannot accept, but then what does it actually mean for the optimality of the model? Then we run the model, we actually get an information of what the actions that it performs, we try to evaluate them, right? And here is where we go, we have the elements of robustness, how interpretable are they, how explainable are they? What is clear the hazard and risk analysis? But at this point, something very important still lays, which is deployment in the real world, meaning we need continuous monitoring to understand how does the model that we train in the simulated environment, simulated Asian, How does it behave in real environment with real agents? Here we're talking issues in terms of misalignment. It's a very small example. We trained the reinforcement learning environment that wind, then we transpose it to an environment with wind. How would that difference in the environment actually limit the performance of the model? This kind of small analysis that we don't have prior to actually training a model and deploying it. Here, human feedback, extremely important to understand, actually is the model performing as we expect, what we define as safe. Last, in addition to the layers that I should show you, we also believe there should be layers depending on the complexity of the model. Meaning in software assurance levels, we also define software levels. Here, we're also trying to find the same in terms of how critical and how autonomous the application is. Here you see various snippets of areas where reinforcement learning has been used in aviation. So from decision support tools as pilot behavior prediction to very complex tools, very safety critical autonomous air traffic control. Our opinion is that prior to the stage I should show you, there should be different levels depending on the criticality and autonomy of the application. And likely we will start with the top left of this graphic, trying to define what should be common practices for reinforcement learning, how to define its compliance, and then move on to the most critical and autonomous. In general, what we're trying to do with this project and trying to define is that actually certification reinforcement learning starts before we actually even train it, right? So before we train it, we have to really define our design, our boundaries of the project, how similar our environment agents, how good our reward formulation is, and then we start training it. And once we train it, we get a better information of its actions, and then we have to perform an iterative process. So the post-deployment analysis will be used for future training and further certification. Again, certification procedures should differ for the characteristics of the model, meaning we should have different levels depending how critical, how autonomous the model is. And this is just the tip of the iceberg, so to speak. So there's still a lot more also following EASA certification levels, human factors, safety risk mitigation, again, so much more, but hopefully this will start a discussion that needs to be done so we can actually use the potential of reinforcement learning to its full. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marta. So I think we are at the end of all these presentations. So time is for question and answer. Just for you, please, if you have a question, state your name and provide us with your company or your affiliation. Questions? No. I try with the first one. The first one will be for you, Matt. You are probably still at an early stage of the project of Autotaxi. You referred to this notion of ODD. Do you expect that the solution, once it will be in operation, you will have only one single model that will be able to generalize on each and every airport? Or do you already think that you will have one model per country or per a series of airports?
That's a really good question. It's a little further down the road than maybe we've gotten so far. But I think taking my educated guess at it, I think due to the way they've architected the system, it would probably be one model that could work with different airports, and it's just feeding the information it needs to operate in that area. That said, like I said, it's a little further down the road we've gotten so far, and so things may change, but that's my initial thoughts on it.
Thank you. All clear? Yes.
Hello, good afternoon, Bart Nicolai from CANSO. I actually have a question for you, Francois. We have listen to the different experiences of the different projects in the certification process. And they all had some recommendations. What will EASA do with the experience? Will it, for example, lead to an updated concept paper? Will it lead to additional guidance material or specific frequently asked questions?
Okay, thank you very much for the question. As you probably know, we are in the process of preparing the issue 3 of the concept paper first. In this version, we will not only address other technologies like reinforcement learning, knowledge-based, probably we will go up to LLMs. But our ambition is also to take into account our feedback since the issue 2 and update some elements of the concept paper with regards to what is already existing with supervised learning. So we take advantage of all the experience that we gain progressively through all these projects to improve the existing objectives and anticipating means of compliance for supervised learning. That's one axis. The other one is, you know, also that in parallel of this, we are working on the first set of rules that will come with, okay, Part AI and all its interfaces to the different aviation domains. So this generates also some questions, some new developments, and we will take this into account when issuing the issue 3 of the concept paper. Is it okay? Thank you. Okay. I have a question for you, Miai. You said that probably out of the 80 objectives, some of them were probably not too useful in the case of ISOBAR. Do you have some examples of these objectives that you think are too demanding for low criticality applications? Could be for Benjamin as well.
Yes, I think Benjamin maybe is more prepared to answer this. Yes. We've done an analysis, and I think we sent to EASA a while ago a set of objectives. I don't have them off the top of my head now, but we did select some few ones which we thought would be more useful than others. I cannot say right now which one was maybe not as useful. Do you have a?
I do not have one particularly or one number in mind, but I remember the list that Mihai prepared, and if I can drag it back from my mails if needed.
You have a question?
Yes.
A question for Marta. I have the feeling that the complexity of verification for reinforcement learning is linked to the fact that we have an infinite space of states rewards, and also linked to the fact that we are using neural network to predict the action. Do you agree with me? Because if we use a simple lookup table in the case of a discrete space, I think it's quite easy to verify. So the main source of difficulty, like a bit for machine learning, comes from the infinity of the input space. No?
I do agree completely. So in the slides, I tried to show that indeed you can have a lookup table, which defines this is the state of the environment that I know, and this is actions that I perform for each state. In that case, simple to justify. Indeed, you can have a very big table that everybody understands, well, this is what the model will do per each state, and that is easy to certify. However, I also would argue this is very small for the whole potential of reinforcement learning. And reinforcement learning becomes very interesting when indeed situations you have a large state action space. And indeed, then it could be that It's in the case that you're actually not aware of all the states and how the model will respond to all the possible states. And often in that case, you do need to have other safeguards when you define these are the states that we know, these are the states that maybe outside of this we don't know, but maybe we're willing to accept some actions for states that we don't know, but what is the limit of this acceptance depending on the risk of the application?
Okay, thank you.
My question is for Hugo. You have in your presentation you have said that you are using a lot of synthetic data for training your model, and you have also a lot of real data that you use for also verifying the model. Are you doing something specific on the synthetic data in terms of verification?
Thank you for your question. At the moment, the use of the synthetic data is not for compliance verification. We're using it for research purposes and also to validate and see how our system would work in the example I gave with the simulator. But for compliance verification, we're not using synthetic data yet, as that would require that we show that the synthetic data in itself is equivalent to the real life data.
Okay, so you are using real data to train also the model. So your training and validation data sets are also using real data?
Yes. So for example, we can pass on to the system real life video images that were collected during flight, but the system is sitting on the desk just for lab purposes, but at least it's being fed real life data.
Thank you, very clear.
Thank you, Fafete. Yes, I see.
Rodriguez, my name, for Maria. In theory, reinforcement learning offers superior efficiency and performance compared to other approaches. It's also very old. Why then is so challenging to achieve EASA certification for system based on reinforcement learning? I not really understand.
Thank you for your question. I would like to Professor Francois has mentioned that the next concept paper will cover reinforcement learning. However, we do believe EASA does put a lot of responsibility on the applicant to come up with ways to validate that reinforcement learning is safe. And often these requests from the applicants, and the applicants can resort to common practices. For reinforcement learning, that doesn't exist yet. In the sense of software, typical software often we start existing data, and then you basically show, let's say, a certain error, a certain performance for the existing data. Where reinforcement learning is the opposite, where you often will have to define a problem, separate the problem into steps, as reinforcement learning is an iterative process, and simulate an environment, simulate an agent, and then get the model to learn the best actions. And then you're trying to prove these actions will still be valid when transposed to a real environment with real agents, with all these uncertainties that maybe you didn't thought of first or didn't include. So reinforcement learning, actually the question that I just had before, it can start from a simple point of view where you can potentially say that the actions performed will have this effect in real life. And then you can certify the actions have a good result. When you actually transpose to real life and you realize, well, these actions have a different behavior in the environment, real environment that we expected, then it raises a sort of questions, which is how different is expected behavior from the real behavior? Are these actions actually safe? What is the effect of these actions long term? So there's a lot of questions that actually go from when we have the model to actually when you use it in real life. I hope this answers your questions. Please let me know.
Adrian BQ from Thales. I've got another question for Marta. There is this specific type of reinforcement learning that is based on human feedback. And I would assume that it has some specific threat scenarios. Have you been investigating on security of those?
We have not security specifically. We have not investigated yet, but indeed, that is the actually humans are used to improve the reward of the model and tell the model more information. In the slides, I have a small reference to human feedback where we acknowledge that's something you have to look at. We yet not have a look at the security concerns, but there's definitely something that we'll have to look into in the future. And actually, it's a good approach at get human feedback in terms to identify what's the best action. So there's something that for sure we'll have to go for in the future.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So I propose we close the session. I would like to thank all of you, Matt, Hugo, Benjamin, Miyai, Marta, and Stéphane for your insightful presentations. Thank you again.
Thank you very much, François. Just one information, I've been told that the presentation from this morning are already available on the Eurocontrol webpage of our event. So if you want to download the presentation, you just Google Eurocontrol Fly AI Forum. The webpage will be the first hit, and then you can download the presentation from this morning. You can also access the picture taken from this morning. Now I invite you to go to a coffee break. Again, please look at the stands in the lobby. There are many interesting things over there. I'd like to thank you again, our partner, for the coffee break, and we resume at 15:30. Thank you very much. 15:30. Oh yeah, we have a bed outside. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to resume this event with the last session of the day. So if you could please join your seats so that we can start on time. And just to give you a little bit of motivation, the sooner we start, the sooner we can go to the networking drink after the session. So we had two sessions this morning and this afternoon, one on research and innovation, followed by compliance demonstration, and now it's time to get into operations. Can we have the last comers to join their seat, please? Yeah, okay, that's really good. Thank you. So it's time to get into operation, and I was saying, this session will be moderated by Bart Nicolai from CANSO. He has a master's degree in mathematics, astronomy, and mathematical physics from the University of Leuven, and then 33 years of experience in SKIES, which is the Belgium INSPs, in various positions, including senior expert meteo study and strategy, and expert international affairs. He was actively involved in SESAR activities. Now Bert is a manager Europe ATM in CANSO. In his role, is responsible for coordinating member position on key ATM strategy, technical, operation, and safety measure, and for ensuring alignment with global strategy. Bart also provides secretarial service for several CANSO European groups and task force, and coordinate involvement with several key organizations, including EUROCONTROL. So I leave you in very good hands for the last session. I would like you to welcome Bart.
Thank you for the introduction, Emilia. So I hope that the coffee has re-energized you all for the final session of the day. I also know that we are standing in between, well, the networking rings. So let's have a go. In the next session, the final session of the day, we will be talking about getting into operations. So we will hear in the next hour and a half about various applications and use cases that are being developed by our operational stakeholders. So we have speakers from air navigation service providers, airport, airlines, and also the network manager. So in order to not lose too much time, let me introduce you to the first presentation and speaker of this session. So this first presentation is about AI-driven anomaly detection in the ATM system, and will be given by Callum Winship from AirNav Ireland, which is the Irish ANSP. Callum is a flight data processing system engineer, and he works on the introduction, integration, and maintenance of air traffic management systems. He holds a bachelor's degree in aeronautical engineering, and he is currently completing his master's in computer science on artificial intelligence at the University of Galway. His current work focuses on developing an AI-based anomaly detection system that analyzes system logs to proactively identify irregularities, with applications in both operational monitoring and software testing. Callum, the floor is yours.
Thanks very much, Bert, and hello and good afternoon, everyone. My name is Callum Winship. I've been an ATSEP with AirNav Ireland for almost 4 years, and I'm here today to present AI for anomaly detection in the ATM system. As ATSEPs, we have many roles, but you could consider one of those to be the title of this presentation without the AI. So this is highly relevant for my own role and that of ATSEPs, and even for non-ATSEPs, I think you can find applications in your own domains. Yeah. So I should just say as well, this is an extension of my research at the University of Galway, and today I'm going to show how we're testing it at AirNav. So I'll answer 3 questions today: why it matters, how does it work, and how has it been tested? To answer why it matters, you first must consider the crucial role that the ATM system performs. Ultimately, it's there to ensure safe, orderly, and efficient flow of air traffic. It does this by providing real-time information to pilots and controllers. It facilitates a lot of the coordination tasks such as takeoff, landing, and transitions, and prevents collisions between aircraft. So any outage in the system, a blank screen for a controller, a frozen tracker, demands emergency procedures. And that's why the system is so important. And the key here really is safety. This system consists of hundreds of network computers, and each of these computers is generating its own log files, hundreds of files, hundreds or millions of lines each day. Currently, log monitoring is mostly rules-based, whereby when certain conditions are met, the alerts get flagged to an operator who can then react to the problem. However, not in these complex systems, not every failure scenario can be written down can be captured by a rulebook. So the point is, historical experience has shown that serious operational issues could have been prevented with timely log analysis. So the point is that for the operator who's looking at these logs, it's quite overwhelming to monitor, and it doesn't encourage proactive anomaly detection. So now I've explained why this is important. I want to explain how it works. And to do that, I'll just go briefly into this research paper from 2021, which states that in these large distributed systems, conventional monitoring can become impractical. And crucially, they release 6 open source models for testing on open source data sets. The point here is that this is an open research problem, and it's been applied to other domains outside of ATM. The model I'll focus on today is the transformer, one of these open source that has been provided. It's an unsupervised model, so it doesn't have labels, doesn't learn from labels. And just to give some intuition into how it works, transformer has literally transformed many areas in AI, and it's the technology behind a lot of the large language models you see today, such as ChatGPT. And in essence, it's trained on a simple task. Given what you've seen so far, predict what comes next. So in this example, you expect it to predict that France is the most likely outcome. But now I want you to think about this not with words, but with log events. So you have event A happens, then event B happens. And so you're trying to see what the most likely event for the next one is. And let's say it comes out with if you have an event that's 1% chance. That might be flagged as an anomaly. It might be the equivalent of saying Paris is a city in Texas. And what's really important about these models is they can learn context. So in these 2 sentences, the transformer can differentiate between bank based on the words that came before it. So in the first sentence, it's talking about a river bank, while in the second, it's a financial bank. And why this is important for logs is the meaning of a log can also depend on the logs that came before it. So now that I've showed kind of how it works, I'm going to show how it's applied. First of all, you collect the logs from the system, you parse them to take out the events that matter, you partition them into sequences, and finally you apply the anomaly detection. So that's an overview of it. I'll just go into detail into each of those with an example from the FDP system, which is the flight data processing. So this is the component that handles a lot of the updates to the flight plan database. So extract the logs each day, and as you can see, they're very verbose. So we just want to pick out the bits that matter, and that's step 2, which is the parsing bit. So picture this: you have a flight, and it generates loads of events in our logs as it goes along. So we pick these events out, and we put them into a sequence. This is the 3rd step. Once you have a sequence like this, you can start to apply the AI. So you first turn it into numbers so the model can understand. And when you're training the model, what you're trying to do is you're trying to get it to predict the next event. So start with one event and you keep going along until it's predicted all of those. And when it comes to inference, then the model gets some of these wrong. It might suggest an anomaly, but you'll determine that with whichever thresholds you set. So So I've explained why it's important. I've explained how it's tested, how it works, and now how it's tested. So before we start here, I should say that we have very few labeled anomalies of actual failures within the system, and that's a testament to these systems that they fail so rarely. So that leads to the first test case, which is artificially generated anomalies. And as it sounds, you take a normal test set and you inject anomalies into the sequences, say 10% of the positions, and you want to see how it compares. And this is very helpful for when you're trying to test the model and see how it performs and if it can pick out the events that are anomalous. You can see here the normal what you expect to be the distribution, normal system behavior, and then once you inject these anomalies, it starts to shift to the right. The second case is individual anomalies. These are single sequences that are anomalous. So, for example, this flight was going from Manchester into Irish airspace and back to Manchester, and because there's this point in the middle where it crosses both paths, the system got confused and thought it was going the other way, and it sent some messages out of sync. And we have this as a labeled anomaly because one of the controllers reported an issue. So when it was passed into the model flagged that as anomalous. But more importantly, you can see individual events, how it's progressing, so how the flight is progressing, and the anomaly score on the right-hand side. And when you hit this point, you start to get a lot of anomalous messages. And you can pinpoint exactly where it happens and see the scores for each event and what the model predicts. And finally, which is what I think is the most interesting example, is these systemic anomalies. These aren't single sequence anomalies, they're multiple sequences over the whole set. And so, for example, you have 5% of anomalies one day and you have 20% the next day and 40% the day after. You might think there's something up with your system, so it'll tell you, maybe have a look here. So I'll just share an experience I had. It was July 2023. It was a lovely sunny day in Ireland, and I was on the technical control desk, and all of a sudden the room lights up with alarms because the flight FDP component had failed. And this is quite a serious issue for the controller. It means they might start to lose their labels from their tracks if it's not fixed quickly. So thankfully, due to the resilience in the system, we got it back quickly. But the post-mortem analysis showed that if we had seen the right log at the right time, we might have seen that there was something amiss. So in this case, what had happened was there was a software upgrade performed previously, and the software upgrade had introduced a bug whereby it was taking timer resources from the system. So say there's 100 timers and different processes ask for them. And so process said, can I have a timer? And it gives it to it. Then it wasn't giving it back. So once all these 100 timers got used up, the system crashed. And so it was passed into the model to see how if it could see this trend in the logs. And this is the distribution of anomaly scores under normal circumstances before the software was deployed. And you can see 5 days before the failure, the anomaly scores are quite high, 25%. And it's starting to shift to the right 2 days before. And then just before the failure, you can see that the model flags all the sequences as anomalies. So the takeaway is clear. If we had some monitoring like this, we may have been able to intervene before we had a failure. I'll talk about 2 use cases. You could use this to detect anomalies in your operational system with daily reports. It's like your daily health check. And the second one is to test new software releases. Before you put them onto your online rig, you test them and see how the baseline changes, how the log behavior is changing. Because AI is great at picking out these patterns in lots of data that it's too much for humans to process. So let's come back to where we started, where I said a lot of log monitoring is reactive, and it can be overwhelming for the operator. And I believe AI has a place here, not to replace any engineer or any asset, but really to enhance their role and to improve the safety of the system as a tool that can be used with the current methods for anomaly detection. Of course, there's still challenges associated with this in terms of interpretability in the model and, of course, regulatory approval. But this is still in the early phases of testing, so it looks like there's some promising results so far. And that brings me to the end of the presentation. I hope I've maybe sparked some ideas for you in your own system, your own domains. And if I have, please come forward to me afterwards and we can discuss. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Callum. You managed to speed up a bit and bring us ahead of time. So that gives some more room for the other speakers as well, or for lots of questions at the end of the session. Let me now introduce you to our second presentation and speaker. So the second presentation is about machine learning predictions in real-time airport operations, the implementation of the OptiT model at Prague Airport. This presentation will be given by Vladimir Kuran from Prague Airport. So Vladimir is responsible for the user role administration of several operational systems at Prague Airport and for their further development. He is also involved in operational improvements and innovations, as well as participates in various innovation activities, SESAR and the EATA activities of Eurocontrol Brittany. The efforts of Prague Airport Innovation Team were rewarded in 2023 Digital Transformation Award, announced by the joint initiative of ACI Europe and the SESAR joint undertaking. Vladimir got his master's degree at Czech Technical University in 2004 and has since worked for an airline, a bizjet operator, and an airport authority. Vladimir, the floor is yours.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Vladimir Kuran, coming here from the Prague Airport. And so far, we have heard presentations about the development of sophisticated AI or machine learning models and the certification issues and stuff like this. Well, I will not be as dense as this because I would like to show you how all these complicated matters can be used in daily operations in the airport in a way that all the stakeholders participating on the ground handling of the aircraft can do it. First I will try to introduce you why we chose this approach, why we chose this machine learning, and explain what led us to develop this machine learning model we are using now, and tell you our experience, lessons are learned, and show you some statistics. What we needed, Prague Airport before the COVID and also now is operating at the verge of its capacity. And it means that we face many bottlenecks during our operations, and we strive for better or more efficient operations. What is important to do this or to achieve this is the stable departure sequence. Because if the departure sequence is stable, then we can utilize all available capacity we have, and there is no capacity missed. The important thing to achieve this is that all the stakeholders are doing their job on time and in a way that will help all others to adapt to new situations. That means that for the better capacity utilization, we need to improve the turnaround predictability, which in turn will also improve the on-time performance, because once we have the capacity better allocated and it's more predictable, then all the stakeholders can plan for the ad hoc changes in the plan, and they can adapt for new situation. Another goal that we are seeking was to lower the workload of the ground handling personnel, because it's usual in all the airports that the ground handling agencies are understaffed and all the workers are pressed upon by everybody, by the air crews, by the airlines, and also by their bosses. And the final goal we were seeking for was the proactive resource allocation, because the better resource allocation then leads to less allocation changes, and also then leads to better predictability, and then so for the more stable departure sequence. What were the characteristics we were seeking while looking for this new solution? Well, because we're 21st century and the automatization and digitalization is very important in order to reduce the workload and raise the reliability of all the systems and the processes, then we were seeking a way how to automate the procedures we have in the Prague airport or in the handling activities. In order to automate it, we had to utilize the data-driven approach. So preceding this new machine learning model, we started to collect all operational data which were available for us, and we've collected them for several years before we started to proceed with this new solution. Because Prague Airport is ACDM airport, which I will explain later what it means, our new solution has to be compliant with this system, and also it has to be conformed with the future AOP, which is extension of the ACDM, and I will talk about it later as well. And what's more, we had to provide the historical conformity and the continuation of the processes and the systems which are historically in place. So it had to be compliant also with the previous research. The airport collaborative decision-making is a set of rules, set of procedures in order to optimize the airport operations through real-time information sharing and coordinated decision-making among all stakeholders. Meaning it's not only the ground handling agencies, it's also the airlines, the airport operator, the ANSP services. The set of rules, these ACDM, that provides the overall situational awareness by monitoring important timestamps during the activities of the ground handling. These timestamps are milestones, and these milestones define the success of the flight planning or ground handling for all the stakeholders. One of the most important milestones during the process is the target of block time, and that is the estimate of the ground handling agency when the aircraft will be ready for departure, that all the doors will be closed, that all baggage will be loaded and passengers inside the plane, and the air bridge will be removed from the aircraft. Thus defined, the target of block time has to be somehow shared with all the other stakeholders. For this is responsible the ground handling agency, and it is usual that their estimate is done manually by experienced people who know the progress of the ground handling. This is also the main shortcoming, because it depends on the individual experience of every staff involved in this. Also, it tends to be too optimistic, and that leads to last-minute changes of TOBT value, or it
tends to be too precise, leading to unstable departure sequence. What do we do with all these shortcomings and the requests we need for, we said we need for the solution? We participated in SESAR 2020 research with the light epoch together with Eurocontrol, and this was the concept validation about the real-time simulation using simplified auto TOBT for the airports, which are basically not ACDM airports, but trying to create the conditions in order to get the same level of precision for the departure estimate. The recommendation we got from all the users during the simulation was that the algorithm needs the trust from the users. With these results, we pitched this idea to the EATIN initiative led by Eurocontrol, and the new project optimization of turnaround time was started with 3 more airports, and the result was fine-tuning of the algorithm which we introduced during the SESAR solution. Main result of this project was generalization of the model that we found out that this approach can be used on basically any other ACDM airport. With all this experience at hand, we then started a live trial in Prague, which lasted for 9 months, and it was based on the automatization of the flight of the departure, which is stated in the flight plan by the airspace users. The reason for this was that our approach consists from 2 branches and then chooses the bigger value. It is either the departure time stated in the flight plan, or it is the predicted of block time, which is the result of the machine learning algorithm. To gain the trust of the users, we chose the more simple way, and we started with this automatic sharing of the flight plan values. It was successful. The users were happy with this, and then last year in March, we started fully with the complete algorithm as live operations. Our goal was to provide the predicted of block time, which is the estimate how the last possible updated target of block time should look like if inserted by the humans. Our original experience was that it shall depend on many factors, but during the development, we found out that only 10 key inputs would suffice because all other factors are embedded in these inputs here. This algorithm also takes into account only typical occurrences, so it allowed us to cut off the outliers and to focus on typical situations to nominal level of traffic in a usual day. If there would be a need to alter the results of the system, the human operator has always a chance to do the manual intervention and change the resulting values. The important feature of the machine learning model we developed together with Eurocontrol was that it allows dynamic updates, because one of the main factors which participates in the calculation of the turnaround time is the available turnaround time in case of, for example, delayed flights, which is the difference between estimated in block time and the scheduled off block time. This also is one of the limitations of our approach, because once the aircraft, however late, is already in block, then there is no other impulse which would update the results either of the turnaround or the final POBT. So the algorithm has to be ceases its updating. As I said, there are two branches for the POBT calculations. One of them is the flight plan value, and the other one is the result of the algorithm. And that makes the algorithm one of the decisive factors. During the evaluation, we compared different situations, and we found out that the single model provides predictions for all airports which are part of the development: Prague, Arlanda, Stockholm, Rome Fiumicino, and Geneva. And all the airports had similar results, either for the baseline, which was the scheduled turnaround, basically what appears in the flight schedule, also in the strategic and pre-tactical phase, which was the prediction available few days or hours before the actual turnaround took place, and also for the tactical phase. What we found out is that 68 of the predictions every day wouldn't need any update of the POBT if the human actors let the results be and just wait for the outcome. And because of the limitations I mentioned, that the model ceases calculations after the aircraft is in block after the arrival, then we started the OPT-T20 project, which takes into account also the turnaround activities during the handling process, and also generalizes these predictions for all the ACDM airports in Europe. In order to gain trust, we decided to do the thorough training for all the handling personnel, because our new approach is counterintuitive. It needs to explain to them the complete background and how the algorithm is calculating all the values, because it's in complete opposite than the previous operations. To support their understanding, we introduced new alerts, notifications, and hints in the ACDM system. Before, the calculation of the POBT was based on the fixed value of the turnaround, called minimum turnaround time, and the input was done manually by the ground handling staff, and that led them to the attitude like, we have to make it in 40 minutes or less because we have to. But our new approach is that we are trying to predict the realistic value in order to provide this sequence stable, and that means that we try to estimate what we can typically make as this turnaround under these conditions which are prevailing at this time. So we typically make this turnaround in 46 minutes. That's our mission. This new system had to be integrated into operational systems and tools, and this algorithm combines these two factors, these two branches, either the flight plan values, which you can find in column FPL, the second from left, and the predictions made by the algorithm. The higher value wins, and this is then showed as the POBT. The winning parameter, whether it was flight plan or the turnaround time, can be seen as the index in the POBT column. Of course, when we have the estimate, then it is automatically provided to all the stakeholders. And once the ground handling agent affirms and agrees with the value proposed, then this value is automatically shared with all other stakeholders and also the network manager, thus producing good situational awareness for everybody and for the network as well. This shared value is then called the TOBT, and if the ground handling agent is not satisfied with the proposed value for any reason, typically that the situation is somehow atypical, it's not in nominal conditions, then he can manually alter the value, which is shown here is as index M, which is manual. He can do it either earlier or later. And the statistics for which back up our experience, the manual TOBTs are applied in approximately 40% of the cases. It depends on the time of the year and on the operational conditions. You can see that that yearly and the white part is the manual. Then out of the automatic values, 2/3 are based on the flight plan and 1/3 is based on the machine learning algorithm. Participating factor for this difference is that general and business aviation is led only by the flight plan values because they typically don't have any flight schedule. Therefore, the algorithm doesn't have enough material to start the calculations. You can see also the variations during the year and see that the more trust for the algorithm is especially during the weeks or days that are somehow stressful for the operational staff. In summer, it was a difficult operational situation with the baggage unloading in Prague, and now during the December, it was caused by the adverse weather conditions. What are then our lessons learned? All this new machine learning depends on the knowledge that operational people have. All of them must understand the underlying principle, and they must understand how the system calculates the values in order to evaluate them and maybe change them manually. It is also vulnerable for the distinguishing between the wanted or wished for values and the realistic values. That's the change of paradigm from we have to do it in 40 minutes opposed by we typically do it in 46. And the trust is essential. Surprisingly, it takes more time to trust the system for more experienced workers because they are in their habit and they always know the exceptions when the nominal situation was different than the system expects. And the small consecutive steps are helpful. That's why we started with the general aviation predictions and then only went to the whole algorithm. And in this way, we maintained the understanding of the whole principle. The system has to be sustainable. That means that we have to regularly retrain the model. We do it twice a year, always with the change of the flight schedule. And we train it on the second 5 seasons, which means basically to last 2.5 years. And what's important, it's an adaptation because the operational conditions at the airports change, new airlines are introduced or new processes are introduced, and the system, the model, has to cope with these new characteristics. Then, what are the lessons? It all depends on proper education of all the operational people, and it is never-ending process. So we have infinite work heading before us. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Vladimir. So we are already half of the session. So our next presentation is about flow and performance AI use cases, which will be given by Christoph Scheck from DFS, from the German ANSP. Christoph has a master's degree in aeronautical engineering and in business administration. He has already worked for DFS for 25 years and as a head of performance management for 12 years. In his role, he is amongst others responsible for data analytics, and together with his team strives to constantly gain new insights from operational data and thus create the basis for operational optimization. Christoph, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Great. Okay, that's easy. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and yeah, thank you for the introduction. Yeah, so when together with my team, we decided to make use of AI and machine learning for different use cases, we decided also that we would focus on those use cases that have a direct operational benefit. And today I would like to present to you 3 of the most promising use cases that we have been working on over the last 12 to 18 months. So let's start with the first use case, and yeah, I'm sure that a lot of you know and maybe also use the 8 weeks outlook that is provided by the network manager since the pandemic. We have been using it for the last 5 years, and it's yeah, an important information source for our operational short-term planning. And although the outlook is important and we take benefit out of it, we have identified that the accuracy might vary depending on the airspace you look at, and so we started to make some analysis and also saw that we have structural effects that have an impact on the accuracy. So first of all, I would like to start with the analysis, part of the analysis that we made. We looked at the data and we saw that, for instance, in the summer, the relative inaccuracy was a bit lower than in the winter time, but in absolute numbers, because in summertime, of course, we have more traffic, we had a higher inaccuracy. And on the right-hand side, you can see also that looking at the different sector families and traffic volumes, the prediction or the quality of the prediction can vary a lot. And so green here means high accuracy. And you can see that in the upper airspace in Karlsruhe UAC, the accuracy is higher than in the lower airspace. And if we look at Munich here in the southeast, in the lower airspace, we can see that the accuracy was yeah, not more lower, let's say. And if you look also at the pie charts, you can see that the forecast very often was too high in Munich. And just to give you an example on these structural effects I mentioned, if you take a flight between Prague and Amsterdam, very often it was predicted through Munich airspace. But yeah, actually, then you could see that in 90% of the cases, it did not fly through Munich airspace. Actually, it flew higher. And these are effects then that if you see such patterns, that through the machine learning, you can improve your accuracy. Of course, we had an exchange with the network manager also on improving the 8 weeks outlook. The main priority of NM is a bit different from ours. NM is focused on having a high accuracy of the last file flight plan, whereas we are very much focused on the actual. Then, because on one hand, of course, the forecast should not be too pessimistic, but it should not be too optimistic, because we have to spend our scarce resources where they are needed the most, and therefore we also try then to look at times also where the forecast might have been too high also. So how did we set up the architecture for that? And given the current environment we use at DFS, we had to use a mix between on-prem infrastructure and the cloud environment. And so we collected the data, extracted the data, and transferred it via Python script then, or pre-processed it into the cloud. And we are just in the process of migrating everything into the cloud, but it's not yet fully done. So we are in a hybrid environment there. But in the cloud, we were able then, with the pre-processed data and also the services that are embedded here, the AI services, to make use of them, to make use of the machine learning modules. And one advantage here is that you don't have to decide yourself which algorithm to use. The Azure AI will tell you with which algorithm is or best fits to your use case and provides the best results. You can see here the input parameters that we used here to train our model. Of course, there's room to further extend these input parameters. And at the end, in the last step, because our dashboards and self-service BI tools, they are still on-prem, but we are currently migrating them. We use then the data to show to display them in Tableau or Power BI. Yeah, and as a result, we were able to improve the accuracy of the outlook between 16 and 24%, depending on the ACC. What does that mean? It means that the mean absolute error between the outlook and the actual traffic was reduced by up to 24%. And I think that's already quite a good figure. And we were, as I said, with more data and the possibility to train the model over a longer time period, and also using more input parameters, we are quite confident that we can further improve the accuracy then of the outlook. And to show you one application then of where the data have been used, we have developed an internal tool together with our colleagues in Karlsruhe called the Sector Config Planner, to show you which sector configuration is the optimum one to use for a certain time period, showing you for the different sector configurations and the number of sectors available, if you can expect to have an overload or not. And last year, we run a validation. The results were not yet satisfying. And one reason for that was also then we found out in the discussions also and in the post-ops analysis that the accuracy of the forecast of the outlook was not accurate or was not good enough. And therefore, in the latest version, now we implemented a switch where you can choose whether you want to use the NM forecast or the AI fine-tuned forecast. And our aim now is to rerun the validation this year and to see if we get better results in terms of sector config planning. Yeah, so that was use case 1. Use case 2 is related to flight plan adherence. You know that flight plan adherence has a major impact on our operations. And yeah, when I'm talking about flight plan adherence, I mean especially sector adherence. And that's a big issue, especially for not to avoid to waste capacity in operations. And based on the disciplined flight plan execution dashboard developed by NM, we have developed also a complementary dashboard that allows more in-depth analysis. And yeah, besides single events, we are able there also to identify patterns and to recognize which airline, which city pair might be most affected, might be initiator for flight plan inadherence, or might be, as I said, most affected. And that's an important source to get into discussions with our internal staff to see how we can optimize flight plan adherence, but also to get into discussions with the airlines, depending on then the source of the flight plan inadherence. And based on the data which are available here, so for each day, each hour, each traffic volume, we can identify the unanticipated traffic and also the no-show traffic. And based on that data and machine learning algorithm, we have developed an additional module that allows us to see how the unanticipated traffic and the no-show traffic will be in the coming days. So we are not looking at the tactical level, but because this is something that would make no sense at national level, that's clear and something we would do together with NM. Here we are looking at the coming days, but that is also helpful to improve the planning of operations. So, yeah, as I said, based on this, we have developed then a module using a very similar architecture than the one I have presented before. The only thing that changes is more or less the algorithm that has been recommended by the cloud environment, the Azure AI, and also the input parameters there we use. But all in all, the architecture is very similar there. And the results we received here, I know it doesn't look very user-friendly, but the important figure for us here are the 2.56 movements per hour that you can see. That represents the error with regards to the unanticipated traffic, so the so-called intruders, and the error there to predict the number of intruders. And in peak hours, they can easily exceed 10 flights an hour in summertime. Here, so that's why we believe that 2.5 is quite a good figure then in terms of accuracy to predict the number of intruders. Yeah, that leads me to use case number 3, which is less related to flow management. It's closer now to performance management, and it's probably also more tangible. A few years ago, we have introduced performance dashboard at DFS, which is accessible to all DFS employees. and it shows performance KPIs related to traffic, delay, etc. In a predefined way. And now what happens if you want, based on the data that are available, to gather the data in a different way, to present them in a different way. And therefore, just to give you an example, what about if you don't want to see the number of movements per month, but you would like to have the number of movements between the 12th of May and the 14th of September, or you would like to know what are the 5 days with the which experience the most traffic in Karlsruhe, for instance, or the highest delay with a certain reason, or also how many ATCOs were on board for a certain time period. That's all. For all these answers, you won't find the results in our dashboard, and therefore we developed a chatbot, and the architecture there is quite simple. It's also based on Azure OpenAI, and we are now able to type in a prompt with a question that you have just seen before. And this is then translated by OpenAI into an SQL query that is then sent to the database and provides a certain result that is, of course, well known through the SQL query. And I will show you that in a demonstration on the last slide. And the one thing now we have further developed is that you can use this result, and based on the original query and the result, the Azure OpenAI would create a response as a sentence to really put back again the result in the context. And we have been working on training also the OpenAI algorithm there, because you can imagine we are all talking about correct prompting, and it's important to give the right context to get then a valid SQL query. And therefore we have developed the system messages in the background that allows us to increase the quality of the SQL query that is generated here by the algorithm. So yeah, I hope that this will work now. That's to close my presentation. I would like to give you a short demonstration. And yeah, here we have a prompt where we enter some questions. Just to make it more tangible now, we have added the SQL query that, of course, does not have to be shown, but at the end you can see the result. That's the most important. And as I said, it could then be also translated into a sentence if you would like to. Yeah, one side effect that is interesting also is that automatically it works in all languages, and we have also tested that. You will see now, yeah, a question in Spanish, for instance. It provides the same result than the same question that was given in German before, or in French, or even in Chinese. It works also. And our aim would be then in the long run to have this prompting line integrated into our dashboard and as an additional mean for yeah, our users then to yeah, present the data or to get the information they really require. Thank you.
Thank you, Christophe. So we are already at the final presentation of this session. And for this one, we have even two speakers. So The next presentation is about forecast of ATFM delay evolution, or FADE in short, how an NM operational AI tool transforms operations. The presentation will be given by Camille Anoreux from Eurocontrol and also by Hannes Staudacher from Austrian Airlines. So Camille, she joined Eurocontrol in 2013 through the graduate program. She later worked at the Eurocontrol Innovation Hub on the SESAR Network Prediction and Performance project as a validation expert. Since 2020, she has led several projects within the Eurocontrol Air Transport Innovation Network, the EATA, collaborating with airlines, airports, and ANSPs to develop and implement operational innovations and enhance their daily operations. I will also already introduce Hannes. Hannes is working for Austrian Airlines in Vienna, and in his previous position as Operations Performance Manager, he has introduced the FADE tool within Austrian's Integrated Operation Control Center, the IOCC, and his current position is Manager Ground Operations, dealing with the ground ops related topics at the Austrian hub in Vienna. Camille and Hannes, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. So this is the last presentation of the day, so please wait for 20 minutes before the networking drink. Hannes and myself are very excited to present you the FADE project. So it's already an operational tool. So I will be presenting you the Eurocontrol side. So what we do after AI tool is operational, and Hannes will present you how they integrated FADE in their operations. So a bit of context, you might have heard about FADE already, so forecast of ATFM delay evolution. It's a project that was part of the innovation program of the Eurocontrol Innovation Hub, ETIN. It was in 2020 with Air France coming to us with a pain point, which was that when their flights are regulated, they do not have any information about the evolution of the current ATFM delay. This delay fluctuates a lot and changes with time, so it creates a lot of uncertainties with operational and economic consequences. So the scope of the project was to predict the evolution of this ATFM delay for regulated flights. And for that, we created two models. The first one was the probability to decrease. So what is the probability that my current ATFM delay is going to decrease? And then the predicted delay, which is what is the final delay that I should expect for my regulated flight. We started initially with 4 airlines, Vueling, Swiss, Transavia, and Air France. And as we went through the whole validation of the process, the concept and the live trials, we had more airlines joining us. The model is a gradient boosting decision tree. It's using the ETFMS flight data information like city pair, time to UBT, airline, day of the week, and also the regulation information affecting the flight. So the reference location and the reason. It has been trained with initially 2022 data, 2018 and 2022 data. We wanted to clean all the data set from obvious human actions to make sure that when the model makes a prediction, it makes a prediction as if what if the dispatcher does not act? So we didn't want to have the model biased by the human actions in the data set. So that's why we removed, for instance, the flight plan changes from the training. Also, the first version of the model was too optimistic with the high delays. So the performance was low for these situations. And we understood by talking with the airlines that this was actually important for them to have an accurate prediction for the high delays to know if they had to act to reroute their flights, for instance. So we did a second version that where we increased the weight for these cases. After validating the models and going into live trials, we deployed the model. So we deployed it on the Network Manager Cloud platform, Cloudera. What was also important for us was to monitor the performance. So the performance is daily monitored with like the mean absolute error and our MSE. Also, when the performance reaches a certain threshold, there is an automatic retraining that is triggered. So here we made the threshold that is twice better than the CASA algorithm. So as soon as we measure the performance and the performance is lower than twice the CASA performance, we retrain the model. The model is available in the NMUI flight, so former NMP flight, since May 2023. So in the tool, we added a column, fade delay. So it means that next you have the ATFM delay, and next to it you have our prediction with both indicators, so predicted delay and decreased probability. And since May 2023, we have more than 80 airspace users that requested the access. So initially, we wanted to have the access available by request. So airspace users had to request the access. They received an information paper to explain how the model works for them to use it at the best. The model is also available via API. So we worked with the network manager with their application API for AI. So it's also available to integrate the predictions in the partners tools. As it's operational, we did not now anymore have feedback from the users. So we also wanted to launch a satisfaction survey to know how appreciated the model was by the users. So that's why we launched it in October 2024, and we sent it to our point of contact who requested the access to FADE. So out of 65 points of contact, we received 41 answers, so 63% response rate, and we wanted to share the results because it's quite interesting to see. So we have a very positive feedback in general. So the users found that it was a very useful tool with great potential. It was well appreciated and regularly used. Both indicators were regularly used, and it brought a big improvement compared to before, when there was no information at all on the evolution of the delay. The models make very good predictions, and during summer operations, the performance was really well appreciated by the users. There are still some improvements to make, so mostly on the reliability and accuracy of the models, and also to have more information on FADE, because we provide this information paper, but more information will be appreciated by the users. Firstly, the reports on FADE performance. So the users do not have access to the FADE performance, so they would like to have a report on that, a regular report on the performance, and also to have information on the limitation of the models. So the limitation of the model are during adverse weather and ATC industrial actions, the performance are a bit lower because it's difficult for the model to learn from the past because it's quite unstable situations. And so this is part of the limitation, and the user should be more aware of it. And the last part is the usage of the models, when to use it, what are the probability thresholds and the model's complementarity. So we made some assessments. The best use is 2 to 3 hours before departures, but we should make it also more available and known to the users. The probability threshold is when to trust the probability to decrease, above which percentage should I trust the tool. And the model's complementarity is how can I best use the two models together to improve my operations. During the satisfaction survey, we asked to rate FADE on a scale from 1 to 10, and we got the results of 73% satisfaction, which was a very good result, very well appreciated. And 94% of the respondents wished to continue using FADE. So that was a very positive result, also very encouraging. Yeah. So the next steps to improve and to maintain the use of the airspace users, we would like to improve the accuracy. So we've been reviewing the training process of the model. So to consider the time binning strategy, for instance, so instead of taking all the messages of the flight, we will take one message per hour. and also to change the metric for the training of the model. Instead of the mean absolute error, using, for instance, a pinball loss, to make sure that the model performs well for when the actual delay remains stable or increase, because this is also one of the limitations of the model. We are also considering the new metrics for the performance monitoring to make sure that we monitor well the performance and we know when to retrain. And finally, improve the communication of the model. So as I said, about the limitation of the model, the usage of the models with the probability threshold. So we did an initial study where we showed that above a percentage of 75%, there is a high probability to decrease. Below 50%, there is a high probability to increase or to remain stable. And between, there is not a real certainty. So we would like to redo this analysis with more updated data and to revise if to check if these numbers are still up to date or not. And then the model complementarity. And for the performance reporting, we will make these performance reports available in NMUI Flight directly. So now I give the floor to Hannes, who will explain you how they integrated FADE in their operations.
All right, so hello and thank you, Camille, for the first part of the FADE presentation. I would like right now to give you a little bit of overview how we as Austrian Airlines use FADE on our ops floor, on our IOCC. Maybe walking down a little bit memory lane, we joined the ETIN platform of Eurocontrol back in late 2022. Where we got introduced in all the projects that Peter Choroba and his team were conducting at that time, and FADE was one of those projects already quite mature, with, I think, in the middle of trial phases or validation phases. So we started by just observing the FADE project and the FADE tool itself, but not really proactively being involved in that. But we saw, of course, that it is of quite a high interest, and the feedbacks of the other users were quite positive during that time. In the second quarter of 2023, so just at the beginning where FADE was published and available by all the airspace users in NMP Flight, we also decided to jump on board and join the group as POC users, so to say, and we signed up for it by just reaching out to Camille and signing up on the NMP platform. For us, it was important to use the tool in some way of a soft start, not pushing our ops people too much for using the new tool. Okay, because one thing was of key importance for us, the confidence into the tool. We have our dispatch guys with years or decades of experience in what they do, and then we come around with a new tool that says something which might be contradictory to what they would do or what they would see from just their pure experience. So our focus was clearly on, let's take it easy, let's introduce the tool by just giving the tool itself as some kind of support mechanism, but not really mandating any work which is based on that tool. So there was no work assignment, there was no clear instruction on what they should do with the information coming from FADE. We took that time, and the time for now is right now 2 summer operations, where we saw that our dispatches looked into the tool, they started using it over the months and realized, okay, there are certain limitations, and they were quick in the beginning to see the limitations quite easily and always pinpointing that's not true and that cannot be right and stuff like that. But over the time, they gained trust in FADE and started using it more and more, looking into it, using FADE for some prioritization of their tasks in dispatch, which showed us quite heavily that it is for us a good way to go, bringing in machine learning AI for our ops guys, not by pushing it too hard, but rather slowly introducing and taking the time to show them that both of them, dispatch, so human interaction, and the tool can and will be right. So jumping right now to where we are today. Camille showed you already the interface in NMP flight real quick, where our dispatch guys can see FADE in a live tool. I just planted it in on the very top. For us, the tool has major benefits when it comes to the simple and really understandable view of first the slot and the prediction of the slot. There is not much data into it. It's just two numbers which they can easily understand and process, and that's it. The second thing is it's accessible in an already implemented tool. We do not need a second tool or a second screen to have it all by hand. We just have it in the current tool we use in our dispatch. And of course, when we're thinking right now of a switch into the generations with older colleagues leaving the company, newer ones are coming in, it supports the experience. So newer colleagues can gain the experience also based on FADE and that tool. But really coming on the point how we use it. In our current ops rooms, we still lack of machine learning or AI tools in a day-to-day operation. That is a first introduction, first start for our dispatch guys, where they can really use some predictions, some AI predictions for their daily tasks. The volatile environment we have day in and day out is just too complex to shift around all parts. So the prediction generates already an expectation towards the user on how the future might or will look like. And it helps them prioritizing regulated flights, especially in summer times when you have a list of plenty of flights which are regulated. A tool which says, okay, certain flights have a high probability of improvement, other flights don't have that high probability of improving. Dispatchers can easily just make a small trio or ranking where they can easily see, okay, I don't care about those flights with a higher probability of improvement because I know they will be fine either way without my interference, but I'm more concentrating on those flights that are maybe lacking of the probability itself. And in the end, of course, then making the deviation on that one, I can already proactively shift my resources either in dispatch or also on ground in the air, where I can say, okay, my resources needs to be redistributed. I need extra ground times. I need to shift around our aircrafts or crews accordingly based on the prediction itself. And coming to the upcoming summer right now, with all that trust and with all that confidence we gained in our IOCC, we are now introducing a new role. We call it a slot coordinator role, which is really dealing with FADE as a tool itself. FADE gives the new slot coordinator role a prioritization list of flights that are more likely not to be improved in terms of regulations, and the slot coordinator then can proactively look into those flights that are on that list and proactively work with those flights only, but not having plenty of flights before him, which is, especially in summer, just way too much work for one single person. But of course, there are other things we are still looking into and which we are still thinking about. We know that the tool has certain limits, and we are already, or we still are in explaining those limits, because it's just not that common for a single operations guy to see the limits. They have it in their mind, but they're questioning themselves, why is the tool not able to reflect those limits, being bad weather, being industrial actions, etc. Of course, we are limited in the number of users currently with our tokens available, so we cannot distribute all operational stakeholders on ground in the air the data that FADE is predicting us. So we need to spread the information more and more frequently. We are looking into it to somehow get those information more towards our flight crews, which will help, but also towards ground crews, etc. Especially for ground crews, we still see room for improvement as those people tend to, let's say, work more relaxed if they see they have a slot which is somewhere far out in the future. So saying this, we are happy to have FADE for our IOCC guys, and they are really using it right now. It took time for us. That's the key thing we learned as well on our way. But we, of course, wish to share the information of FADE predictions to more stakeholders in our day-to-day operation. That's from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, Camille and Hannes, and also for this end-user experience. This concludes the presentations of this final session. So we now have still, I think, about 10 minutes for a Q&A. Before you ask a question, can I also please ask you to state your name and the organization you represent so that we know who you are and what is your background a little bit. The floor is yours. All very thirsty, I think. Yes.
I have actually a question for the last two speakers, Fabio Masacci from Vrije Universiteit Amsterdam or University of Trento. And I like the comment that the prediction generate expectation. So I would like to have your comment whether this can generate a self-fulfilling prophecy, which the plane is already late, let's forget about it and looks at the other, or antagonizing the prediction. Will this not change the prediction since you wanted to eliminate human action, but human action will actually generate the next state on which the elements will be trained. So what will be your opinion on this?
So yes, indeed, there is, we could see maybe less rerouting. It's difficult to actually assess with the data if the decisions were taken because of FADE or not. But we are still using the same data, trying to remove the human actions. So I would say that for the time being, the model doesn't learn any bias because we remove the human actions. Then maybe with time, as we have more and more users who are using it, maybe there is some effects, like knock-on effect all over, but for now we cannot measure it, but we are monitoring it as well. We are in contact with the NM airport unit, for instance, and we are having these discussions regularly indeed.
I will take the opportunity to ask a question then to keep it going on. Christophe, I have a question for you. You mentioned in your use cases that you use Microsoft Azure. What are the advantages of developing the use cases in the cloud compared to develop them on-premise?
Yes, thank you. So as I tried to explain already, the advantage is that in the cloud environment, we have several models, algorithm available, and that we don't have to choose ourselves which model we want to use. We let then the AI services choose or test the different algorithm, and then gives you a recommendation which one would provide the best results, and that's a good support from our point of view to know which algorithm then is the best to use. Thank you.
Yes, Emilia.
Good afternoon. I have a question for you as well on the chatbot. It was very impressive. I was wondering, did you try to assess the performance of a query? I mean, how correct the query is, and compared to what was the initial question? Or did you find a way to assess this performance? Or maybe, yeah.
Yes, so the performance, we have no issues with performance at the moment. Maybe I should add that our full set of data at the moment is still on-prem in the database. So it's only, let's say, a smaller set of data that we have in the cloud environment that we used now as a basis to run the chatbot. But yeah, we have no performance issues with that for the moment.
My question was more on the correctness of the query.
And
we were able to check that the query generated by the tool was actually correct and linked to the question that was prompted by the user.
Yeah, definitely. We have checked all the results that we received, and that's why we have also added this step in between, showing the SQL query that is generated by Azure OpenAI, that you can see then what SQL query provides which result. It's an additional validation step, let's say. And yeah, all the results were correct there. But as I tried to explain also, we had to train the model first, in a sense that, I mean, if you use Copilot or ChatGPT, you know that you always have to set the context. And that's something that you do with the system manage in the background here. So to make sure that you get a valid SQL query. So that required some training there, some optimization. And now we're quite happy with the results there.
Gauthier Scherzer from the European Transport Workers Federation. Question for Christophe regarding the next steps with the chatbot function regarding performance. I guess that the same type of sets of data are available in most ANSPs. So a logical next step would be benchmarking. Do you think that is something that would be feasible with your tool?
I mean, basically, you can ask or generate each query that you could query today. We have no say personal staff data that we use there. It's staff data, traffic data, delay data. So from this point of view, it's yeah, no critical data that we analyze there. Yeah, it's only an easier way to yeah, to run an analysis on the data which are available, that we are of course allowed to use also. And I mean, you could type the SQL query directly if you were an expert, but as most people are not familiar with SQL and do not have direct access to the database, this is a way for everybody to collect data. But it's, from my point of view, independent of the question whether you want to use it for benchmarking or not. I mean, of course, if you had data from several ANSPs, you could also ask a question on which is the ANSP generating most of the delays. That's clear. Or internally, we can ask which is the ACC generating most of the delays. I don't know if that answers your question or what exactly you meant with benchmarking.
It doesn't answer the question. I mean, this is a tool which could be used also for different purposes than only purely information about the performance within an ANSP, but also to compare in an easier way than the sets of data which are currently made available to stakeholders by the NM, for example. And my question was whether or not this was part of the intent with the development, or whether that was completely not thought of and only done currently for internal purposes and without any further plans for developments.
Okay, thank you for this clarification. So from my point of view, the criticality is you have to assess it at the level of the data and not at the level then of the query. So as long as you have data here in your database, which are not critical, it's just a different way to assess it. And of course, it will widen the amount of people that are able to make a certain query. That's of course a decision. But for me, I mean, I have two possibilities. Either I make the query myself, or I ask one of my data analysts, or with this possibility, I will just have a prompt that I can enter, and then I get the result much quicker than I would have it if I would wait the colleague to be available to provide the right answer.
I'm looking around one last time for one final question. Yes.
Yes, Max Scheck from the European Cockpit Association. I actually have a question for Vladimir. After the analysis, the comparison between the actual turnaround and the estimated TOBT, was there a feedback loop to the ground staff on that they analyzed why their original TOBTs were off? That they actually looked at, okay, we had work as imagined and this is work as done?
Well, yes, we did this analysis and provided them with it. And the reaction was that their attitude is divided into three thirds. One third is, let's say, affirmative with the model, and they're supporting it because they see it reduces their workload. One third of the staff is kind of reluctant because it's opposite of their so far expectations and experience. And it would take more time for them to get used to it and to persuade them that the results of the system are at the end at least as good as their estimate. And the last third, those are the atypical situations when their look at the traffic is better than the system because it's not part of the nominal situation, and there is something that is not in the power of the algorithm to solve.
I would like to conclude this session here. If you have any further questions, I think the speakers are all available outside, so you can ask them directly. And I will now ask Emilian to wrap up the first day.
Thank you very much, Bart. I think we have a great day today. I've just been told that we had more than 2,000 views online today. So there is definitely some interest on these sessions. Just a few words. I'd like to encourage you again to visit our stands just outside the meeting room. There are lots of very interesting subjects presenting theirs. I'd like to thank you again, all of our partners, for funding these breaks and supporting this event. It's very important for us to be able to continue from this kind of events. And tomorrow morning, we'll start at 9 a.m. sharp with a session on societal and human aspect of AI. It's going to be very interesting as well. So I hope I will see you, all of you, tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Thank you very much.